Here we go. So good every time, that intro. Where is my controller? Bam bam baka chicka chicka bam bam baka doo bam baka bam bada. Let me see. Options before we do anything. I want to change my quick change to previous so we can do some fancy shenanigans with our strats. You know the unequipping method in Metal Gear? You click the R2 button and it unequips your weapon, then you click it again and it re-equips. With this, instead of unequipping your weapon, it will change to what you had previously equipped. So it allows you to quickly move back and forth between two weapons or two items. It works for items as well. So just if you want to be fancy. But yeah, that opening credit sequence is interesting. Obviously, the images that you're presented with give you a taste for what the story is going to be about with the symbols that it shows. We see information as it has been recorded throughout history. First we see the information written on a stone tablet, then we see information being written on paper, and then we see digital information. And it's all flowing in water. Water is a big theme in MGS2, used as a metaphor for information flow, for the flow of information. And that it's really cool how in that opening scene you see at the very beginning the water is moving slowly as it moves past the stone tablet, and then it continues to move slowly past the paper. But then once it transitions to digital information, it starts to speed up rapidly as you see the information almost drown in the flood, which is kind of reminiscent of what the president says much later in the game. The world will drown in the coming flood of information, and they along with it. Some other interesting images during the opening scene as well, like the snake escaping from its DNA strand. That's just highlighting Snake's development as a character from MGS 1 to 2, believing at the start of MGS 1 that he's just this war machine, a clone of Big Boss who doesn't really have his own will. But then he escapes it. You know, at the end of MGS 1, he starts to believe something different, that he's the master of his own fate. And what else do we see? Like the image of the Declaration of Independence. Obviously, George Washington is a big figure in the story. Solidus's idol, the symbol of freedom. This image of Rey in the background as well is interesting. This picture of Rey, this drawing. This was the very first image I think you could see that was related to MGS2. If you played VR missions and you 100%ed VR missions, you would be presented with this image of Rey that would stay on the screen for like 10 seconds and then it would disappear. And to see that image again, you would have to replay all of VR missions and go for 100% again, unless you had a save that was just before 100%. So kind of interesting that they put that image again here on the main menu. We will play on extreme, and I think we'll play with the radar, and we will not play with game over on site. It's generally just more interesting to play 2 and 3 on extreme, I think, compared to European extreme for story playthroughs. You get to have more fun with the game, triggering alerts. The Tengus aren't a load of bullshit like they are on European extreme. You actually get to have fun with the sword and fuck around a bit, take rations. On European Extreme, there are no rations at all. And that Tengu sequence at the end is just a load of shit. The tags here, these are the differences between Sons of Liberty and Substance. Sons of Liberty came out in 2001, Substance came out in 2002. You have different names on the tags for the different versions. And back in the day, you could actually apply to get your name on the tags. There was like some kind of competition thing on the Konami website. I can't remember exactly how it all worked, but yeah, you could actually apply to get your own name on the dog tags in the game. There are also developer names on the tags and stuff like that. I don't think Substance had a better frame rate. The original Sons of Liberty was 60 FPS on PS2. I don't think Substance improved any had any frame rate improvements. It did change small pieces of dialogue, and it added a little scene where Raiden crosses the struts after the Emma sniping sequence. In Sons of Liberty, he just appears all the way on the other side of the map. And in Substance, they show Raiden actually traveling over there, so you got to see how he got over there. Solidus calls Jack Raiden at one point in Sons of Liberty as well, when he shouldn't. And they fixed that for Substance, where he only calls him Jack and he never calls him Raiden. Let's do it.
The Hudson River, 2 years ago. We had classified intelligence that a new type of metal gear was scheduled for transport. The whole thing stank, but our noses had been out in the cold too long.
He's right on schedule. He'll know soon enough.
This is Snake. Do you read me, Otacon?
Loud and clear, Snake.
Kept you waiting, huh? I'm at the sneak point.
Everything going okay?
The stealth camo's busted. Landing impact.
We must have overused it. Sorry, but you're gonna have to deal with it. You're not in the military anymore.
Right. I didn't plan on relying on this gadget anyway.
The private sector's not so bad, is it? Privacy guaranteed?
I'm happy as long as no one gives me any more unwanted gifts.
You mean that thing with Naomi?
And I can't say I miss the chattering nanny.
Mailing's not so bad. That reminds me, I have to get in touch with her again about that new Natick flashware.
Diverting toys from the SSCEN again? Look, give her a message from me. Someone will find out, sooner or later. She's better off assuming it sooner and quit while she's safe.
Too true. Okay, Snake, let's get to work. You know how the technical specs of Metal Gear were sold on the black market after Shadow Moses?
All Ocelot's doing.
Exactly. And now every state, group, and .com has its own version of Metal Gear.
Not exactly a classified weapon for today's nuclear powers.
This new one seems to have been designed to wipe the floor with all the other models. The only consistent description is that it's an amphibious, anti-Metal Gear vehicle.
That explains why this one is under Marine Corps jurisdiction.
The mission objective is to make visual confirmation of the new Metal Gear being transported by that tanker and bring back photographic evidence. But I want you first to go up to the top level of the infrastructure, to the bridge. We need to find out where the tanker is headed.
A little reconnaissance, huh?
There's too much we don't know about this new prototype. Capabilities, deployment method. We don't even know how close it is to completion. If we know where the testing arena is, I can start to draw some reasonable conclusions.
All right, I'll head to the bridge ASAP.
Try to avoid confrontations. Our goal is to collect evidence on Metal Gear development and expose it to the world. It would be best if you could get out of there without alerting anyone.
Don't worry, I know the drill. We're not terrorists.
Very good. Don't you forget that you're part of Philanthropy now, an anti-Metal Gear organization and officially recognized by the UN.
Recognized, but still fringe, Otacon.
All right, let's look at your gear. Your weapon is a tranquilizer gun converted from a Beretta M92F.
M9.
It's a little hard to work with because you have to reload after each shot since the slide locks.
Better than scavenging at the mission site. Good suppressor, too.
The chemical stun will take effect in a few seconds and last for hours. You can take down an elephant with that thing. Check out the laser sighting, too. The effects of the anesthetic round will vary depending on what part of the body is hit. We're talking about a difference of tens of seconds between hitting limbs, chest, or head. As for the equipment... Hey, Snake, cigarettes? What's wrong with you?
It's kind of a lucky charm.
You haven't read the Surgeon General's warning, have you? Here's the digital camera. Works almost the same way as your old one.
They don't look armed.
Hey, Earth to Snake. These are nice, upstanding Marines, not terrorists. Don't get caught. You're in stealth mode here.
Sure, and if it comes to that, a little beauty sleep never hurt anyone. By the way, Otacon, are you sure of this intelligence?
Absolutely. Hacked it out of the Pentagon's classified files myself.
No traces?
Oh, please, I'm too good for that.
But this might be a trap. Remember, there's a price on our heads.
You're just being paranoid.
I hope so. Those men, you wouldn't think they were anything but civilians from here.
With all the ships passing on the river and in the harbor, putting uniformed Marines on the deck would be a bad idea. People can get a clear view of the water from Riverside, too.
The water line is too high. According to the navigational plans, this ship should have discharged its cargo upriver.
It's in there, no doubt about it.
The military trains you to watch for threats from the stern on a boat. That's SOP for counter-terror ops, too. Security should be tighter.
You worry too much.
Where's the target?
Satellite surveillance is a major international pastime these days. I'd say the cargo holds, safely below the deck. Do you see the entrance to the holds?
Looks like there are a few entryways into the crew quarters. The chopper. What? Looks like we're not the only ones after Metal Gear tonight.
Is that a chopper I just heard?
Affirmative. Probably another cavalry. What's their game? Hijack?
They're probably targeting the ship's controls.
Otacon. How many men do you need to take over a tanker of this size?
The ship is run by a computer, so I'd say about 18 people.
AKS 74U. Russians?
You sure?
No Marine barber touched that head of hair. I'm transmitting a photo. Let's get an ID on him ASAP.
I'm on it.
Looks like the tanker's theirs now. Ka-60 Kasatka.
Kasatka? Kamov chopper, right? Killer whale.
We need to get a fix on who they are.
Judging by their transport, aren't they some kind of military commandos?
Not necessarily. It could be the Ka-62, the civil model.
Look, Snake, all we need is the photographic evidence of Metal Gear. As long as we have those, we can put it online and blow the whole thing wide open. So no pyrotechnics, okay?
All right. I'll do my best.
This isn't like Shadow Moses. Reach me if anything happens. The frequency's 141.12.
How can I check in and save my progress?
I'll do it. There's a frequency set aside for it. 140.96. Sorry, but no Mei Ling this time. Call me on the codec when you want to save.
Got it.
I'll be waiting just past the Verrazano Bridge. You need to be off that ship by then.
I'll be in touch.
Here we are. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to... Hold on, I'll see the name in a second. Wait, what the fuck? Oh god, I have a lot of people to thank here. Yes, I have a lot of people to thank. Hold on, my god. My god! By the way, chat, how is the audio balancing? Am I getting drowned out a little bit by the game, or are we good? Audio's fine, we're good? Okay, the HD collection is unbelievably loud. I have to turn the audio down to like 50% on OBS. I think it's the loudest game I've ever streamed. Let me see here. Schneepa, thank you for all of the bits. 300 bits again. Another 300 bits. Ginger Gamer with the $5. Let's take a trip to Uranus instead. Thank you, Ginger Gamer. Mountain Dew with the 108 months. Schneepa with another 300 bits. Another 300 bits. Another 100 bits. And another 100 bits. The Loco with another 100 bits. And Schneepa with another 100 bits. just thank you for all the bits. Cadaverific, thank you for gifting the sub to Horse Intercourse. Dr. Manhattan, PhD, thank you for the Prime. El Jefe Hombre with the Prime. Brutal Boshi with the Tier 1. Sumbro with the 3 months. FF7 Redacted with the 4 months. Cry Jack with the 2 months. Blue Jeweler with the 35 months. Towards Babylon with the Tier 1. Michael DeLonzo with the 119 months. Oh my god. And Otsior with the 4 months as well, thank you. And Unit just now with the Tier 1 sub. Jesus Christ. Thanks, everyone. Thanks for watching. Thanks for supporting. Schneepa with another 100 bits. So here we are on the tanker. The tanker that blew everyone's mind. Back in the day. Back when this released as a demo with Zone of the Enders. Although that was not the version I played. I played a demo that came with some magazine. And in Europe, we got a slightly longer demo. The demo I played went all the way up before the ray holes. We got to play after the Olga fight. Although I think maybe that demo was available in the US as well. I can't remember. Discovery. The same name that's given to the submarine in MGS1. And the only line that references the Discovery in MGS1 is Snake's line, if you do all the VR training before playing the main game. Thanks to the VR training I did on board the Discovery. Which might make you wonder, is that supposed to tie into the tanker mission and whether we're playing Raiden's VR or not? Is that supposed to be another little tie-in? Well, why they give it the same name in MGS2. In MGS1, it's a reference to 2001: A Space Odyssey. That's where the name actually comes from. So maybe they're just referencing 2001 again. Maybe it's nothing more than that. And these rain effects. So good, even now, just the way that animation looks. Getting blown across by the big gust of wind. So many different rain effects. The rain on the screen, the splashes that come over the top there, the little 2D animation up on the windows. The rain that's hitting Snake's model, which is actually a part of the model. The little splashes. So many great effects. The splashes that hit up against the tanker itself every now and then. I always forget about that you can see even when you're not looking in first person, you see the flashes of lightning. You see the screen flash white every now and then. Yeah, 60 FPS even back on PS2. The smoke effects look real nice too. Now this guy's coming all the way down, really showing off their new AI here. Just unbelievable, the improvements to gameplay going from MGS 1 to 2. Whoa! You gonna go back?
Freeze. Mo!
Mo! Yeah, it was a real technical marvel, this game, back when it first came out.
Please don't.
People couldn't believe what they were seeing. those E3 presentations. The future. What tag do you have? Mathieu Trepanier. Put him to sleep. We can dump him in the water over here. Cool now when we go underneath and now that we have shelter. See the fog rolling past, no more rain coming down. The things that we do here will affect certain scenes later on in the game. Much later. You know, when Snake is finally revealing to Raiden the truth of what happened on the tanker, and he's talking about the pictures that were taken of him and put on the internet. We will probably see that as a picture later on. If you dump the bodies like that, that will show up as one of the images. One of the images of Snake on the internet.
Freeze. What are you?
Yeah, this guy's a badass. All the badass guards are developers, by the way. You know, the ones that don't want to do anything for you? You have to give them a little convincing first before they'll shake for you. They're all developers. Yeah, originally I always thought you had to shoot them in their limbs to soften them up a bit. But you don't actually have to do that. All you have to do is shoot beside them, and that's enough. That'll scare them. You don't actually have to shoot their limbs. Hold on. Damn, that is one negative here, that we're not playing on European Extreme. It takes a lot longer for these guys to wake up. On European Extreme, they wake up after like 40 seconds. I want to kick this guy over the rail. Yeah, and you have to shake them many times to get stuff from them on this difficulty.
Freeze.
It can actually be really hard to trigger this. Has to be very precise. Oh. Put your hands back up. There you go. Oh. And there he just decided not to flip over for some reason.
Freeze.
Let's bring him a little bit further back. No, not good enough. Yeah, you're getting a lot more ads because we can now earn money from ads. It's partially Amazon's fault and it's partially our fault. We choose to play the ads. But I think right now it's probably set to like 2 minutes every 20 minutes or every 30 minutes. So when you see like 1 out of 7 ads or something, it's not as bad as it sounds. Some of those ads should be like 15 seconds long, 30 seconds long.
Freeze.
So yeah, sorry about the ads, but we can't say no to them. Hey, it works finally. You get a unique little scene when you do it, and later on that should be another photograph on the website. Because of course the cipher can only catch what you do outside. At least I don't think you see any scenes of Snake doing things inside the tanker during that scene. I think it's all just stuff out here. Big Boss with the 25 months and the 1 in a row. Thank you.
Freeze.
Okay. Now we'll dump this guy. Oh yes, of course. I picked up the Phantasmin earlier. Which you usually use to steady your aim when you get a sniper rifle. But of course, we do not get a sniper rifle on the tanker. Maybe it's another thing that's partially tying into the deception of the tanker. Making you think, oh yeah, of course. I'll be playing as Snake for the whole game. I'm sure I'll be getting the sniper rifle later on to go with this Phantasmin. But it actually has another use as well, which we only found out about a while back. Let's call Otacon first, with the Phantasmin equipped.
You have Phantasmin in your inventory. If you need to take some, select it in the item window and push the enter button. Phantasmin is a mild tranquilizer used to treat clinical depression, obsessive compulsive behavior, and anxiety. It belongs to the benzodiazepinate family, and along with its antidepressant and anti-anxiety qualities, it suppresses convulsions. Take it when you have a tough shot ahead with a sniper rifle, and you need to minimize shakiness. But I guess you don't have one of those yet. Well, you can also try some if you're feeling really seasick.
So for the longest time, we thought that Phantasmin was just completely useless, that it didn't change anything in the game. Right? Because, you know, you don't get your sniper rifle or anything like that on the tanker. But it actually does help with seasickness. Seasickness is kind of a thing in the game. If you look at the camera, see how it's wobbling slowly up and down. Which, of course, in reality can cause seasickness when you're on a ship and you're dealing with that that constant wobble. It can cause seasickness when it puts you off balance. But now, if we take our Phantasmin, it stops the wobble and helps with your seasickness.
Otacon, I took the Phantasmin and you're right. The seasickness is gone.
Wow, really?
What do you mean, really? You said...
Drugs are mostly about placebo effect. If you believe it's effective, it is. You're more naive than I thought.
What you think you see is only as real as your brain tells you it is. So yeah, there you go. Stops the seasickness. No wobble. It'd be cool if the wobble actually affected your aim. Like when you were outside on the tanker. Like you noticed a sway, like it was harder to aim straight. You know, because it doesn't really have any function here. It's a really cool detail, but like you never need to give a shit about that wobble. But yeah, pretty cool. There's another call with Raiden later. If you equip the Phantasmin with Raiden and call Snake, Snake will reference what happened here. So we'll do that later on. Snake tells Raiden, makes sure to tell Raiden that it does not cure seasickness.
Snake, go through that door into the ship's interior. Push the action button down in front of the door and wait until the door opens before letting go. If you need to open the door faster, hit the action button repeatedly while you turn the handle. Make sure you keep doing it until the door's open.
TX Fuzz, thank you for the Prime sub. Box Ghost, thank you for gifting a sub to Gordon. Big Boss, thank you for the 25 as well. Thank you for the 25. Mogensen with the 3 months as well. If we go up here, we can get a call about this submarine as well. Oh, this life craft.
I see a lifeboat. That's a fully enclosed, fire-resistant model, equipped with its own oxygen pump. Those have a water-based cooling system and self-contained air supply on board. This means that even if the boat is sealed, there would still be air available for the crew and engine operation. It automatically rights itself if it's overturned, and can withstand contact with fire for a significant period of time. But you won't be able to use that lifeboat. It's too noticeable, for one thing, and it just doesn't have the kind of speed we need.
Brought to you by our friends at Ocean Gate. Oh no. Can I hop over this rail here? I love how the splashes look. The footstep splashes. Man, they look so good. On the steps as well. Such a fancy animation, having a separate animation for climbing the steps. So he touches all the individual steps. I think even now it's rare to see shit like that in games. Alright, let's go inside. Hey, what's up, snipers?
Freeze.
Help!
Louis K. Stevenson. Looks around like he's been caught. Anyone see that? Anyone see me do that? Nice little touch as well. The water, the pool of water just inside from the doorway. footprints that you leave, which can get spotted by the enemy. Kind of reminiscent of the snowy footprints at the start of MGS1. Actually, let's put him in here. A bottle doo. Soap.
This reminds me of when we first met.
I was the one inside the locker that time. We're equal now, huh?
Not unless I wet my pants.
That's a low blow, Snake.
The classic. I really like what they do with the pressure-sensitive controls in lockers. How you have to press down very slightly to move your head up to the cracks. And then with L2 and R2, you can poke to the left or the right. But if you press down too hard on the R1 button, smack! You smack your head against the door, which actually makes a noise which can alert a guard if a guard is outside, if a guard is near. I always love this kind of stuff in Kojima's games, where it's like, you know, like a sim element, where it really feels like they're simulating something through the controls. Like, go easy on the button, just like Snake is going easy with his head up to the locker, making sure he's not bumping into it. If you're too reckless, bang.
What do you think you're doing, Snake? You don't have enough to keep you busy? Try to remember the mission if you can.
Another thing we can do if we tap on the poster. Kind of weird that it's making that sound when we're smacking her in the face. That's really supposed to be the boob sound. I think maybe in the original version of the game it was a different poster where her boobs were actually in that position. Because I know there are different posters depending on the versions of the game. Forgot that you could do it on that one as well. Firelord with the 86 months. Thank you. Let's get this guy to wake up. And back to work. But what if I do this when there's a guard around? What happens then?
Move!
Wait a second. One last little peek, and off he goes.
Return to your positions. Increase security. Understood. Search team to deck A, port side.
Ga-ba-da-lam-ba-dum. I wonder if you can get them to do that with this one.
Move! Move!
Oh no, he's gonna look over here. Oh wait, no, no, no. I like how that time he saw his friend first. They didn't both notice the poster at the same time. That time the first guard saw the poster, and then the second guy was surprised by his friend. It's like, oh, what's he looking at? You know, when the first exclamation mark came above the second guy's head, it wasn't because he saw the poster, it was because he saw the reaction of the other guard.
Understood. Search team to deck A, port side.
I think I've done that one with the second poster before. But usually I just show the first poster. Ba-da-lam-ba-dum. I wanted to test if they could hear the fire extinguisher. You can use the fire extinguishers to stun them as well.
It's the
No, it's not.
What's going on? Respond. Attack team, come back at once. Guard team, stay alert.
Ba-da-lam-bum-ba-doo. Hey, Blad, by the way, I saw you lurking there. Oh! Yeah. Notice the crack. Damn, look at his face. Well, I love all the little scenes you get on the radar when something is highlighted, like when I shot the glass there, how then the image of the cracked glass came up on the radar. Unique sounds when you walk on the shattered glass. You can make a real fucking mess of this place. Lots of little things to interact with. A real tech demo. Ba-da-lam-bum-ba-doo.
Look at the TV over there. It's showing the hold.
So that's...
The new Metal Gear.
Why are they broadcasting this?
They probably want to keep a record of this exercise. And maybe give a little presentation?
Presentation?
That ship's been transmitting a live video feed via military satellite uplink for a while now.
So there's some brass out there smacking their lips over this little home movie.
I've been trying to pinpoint the receiving location, but I haven't had much luck. There's a heavy-duty firewall in the way. I'll try some more, though.
Wherever it is, it must be a warm, dry office with hot coffee on tap.
Far cry from that tanker, huh? That's what happens when the battlefield has a revolution in military affairs. Snake, How long are you gonna stand around watching TV? Get back to the mission.
Okay, okay. Can shoot the TV as well. Nice little animation. Now this guy is covered in flies, as you can see. Can I hold him up when he's...
Freeze. No!
Yeah. Well, he's just falling asleep there.
Please don't.
So, what's going on? How is he covered in flies? Brendan M. Randall.
Please don't.
It seems like it might be the ration. Yeah, now once we pick up the ration, I get covered in flies. Unfortunately, I don't think this affects anything gameplay-wise. If we look in first person now, we can see that we're just swarmed by them. It's a cool detail, actually, when you run away from them. It takes them a few seconds to catch up to you. And there we go. Whoa, hello. Now, of course, the legendary ice cubes. The mythical ice cubes that melt. And by melt, I mean slowly shrink until they disappear. And our individual bottles as well. Shoot it at the top, it breaks at the top. Shoot it at the bottom, breaks at the bottom. All the liquid that spills out of them as well. Let's do a couple of calls here.
What you're wielding right now is a converted Beretta M92F, designed to fire tranquilizer rounds. A direct hit will knock the target unconscious. Think of those rounds as tiny syringes. The impact of the round causes the mixing of two chemicals in the shell. The resulting gas compresses a tiny piston and injects the tranquilizer in the bullet's tip into the target's skin. The tranquilizer's effects are felt at different times depending on where the bullet lands. A head or heart shot will take effect immediately, but a round that hits somewhere like feet or hands will take a while. Use the first-person view attack for maximum accuracy. The gun is fitted with a suppressor, so there's no need to worry about alerting the enemy with the noise. But since it is a tranquilizer gun, the M9 has its limitations. All it can do is knock the enemy unconscious. Keep that in mind. Snake, go to the bridge first and find out where this ship is headed. The bridge is on the top level. Go up. Snake, don't let the enemy spot you. Once you've been discovered by a sentry, he'll call in reinforcements and there will be an attack. Even you're no match for that level of organized assault. They have better weapons too, remember? We aren't terrorists, okay? Avoid unnecessary confrontations and go for total stealth, all right? As soon as you're spotted by an enemy soldier, he'll call for backup on his radio. The search party that's gonna show up as a result is a tough bunch. For one thing, they have better...
Yeah.
Push the action... If it's about waste,
There are a couple of story-related calls that I want to get here, but
change to
it can be kind of awkward to trigger them. They're buried in these
when you're
tutorials.
flat.
A lot of tutorial calls here, and the story ones are just buried.
Push the L.
Yeah. Tell me about the Patriots, Otacon.
Move the right. According to intelligence, this new model was designed to combat all the clone models of Metal Gear floating around in the world. Ocelot sold the Metal Gear specs to anyone with hard cash after he survived Shadow Moses.
And raked in enough money to buy a decent-sized country in the process.
But was money really Ocelot's end objective?
You think he had a deeper plan?
I do. Nothing definite, but acquiring a large sum of money is always a good starting point for another project. Anyway, every country that paid off Ocelot is racing to produce its own bipedal tank, one that can launch the so-called invisible nuclear warhead. If the whole world has a Metal Gear, the military dominance of the US will disappear. In a world where Metal Gear has become commonplace, the only way to regain the upper hand is to possess a weapon even more powerful than Metal Gear.
And that means a new Metal Gear.
Exactly. The arms race must go on. The Metal Gear that the tanker is transporting is being developed under Marine Corps jurisdiction. But I've also heard a rumor that the Navy is working on its own Metal Gear.
Any more info on the Navy's model?
I tried to hack some out, but security was too tight. There's a lot of money being allocated, that's for sure. But every one of my investigations takes me to one name, then hits a brick wall. The name is the Patriots.
Who are they?
I wish I knew. I have no idea if this is an individual or an organization even. But once we expose the presence of this Marine Corps Metal Gear to the world, maybe that will shake the Patriots out of the tree. This mission is partly about that too.
There we go. Our very first mention of the Patriots. Always cool when you can learn things first in an optional call before the story actually tells you. Someone was asking, why does Raiden get the M9 on the plant? I'm not sure if there's any
Freeze.
particularly deep reason behind it. I'm trying to remember what they say in the call about it. Let's do our first save call.
Do you want to save, Snake?
How do you lose the flies? You'll see.
Snake, you of course know the saying, one for all for one?
What is this all of a sudden?
Oh, I figured you'd need a lot of motivation, so I came prepared. It's from the Three Musketeers. The book, not the candy bar. Anyway, it means that if you go up against everyone by yourself, they'll gang up on you too, I think. Since you're on your own on that ship, you need to take this to heart and avoid confrontations. How was that? Just like the old days, huh?
Almost reminds me of Mei Ling. But you sure you got it right?
Of course. And I'll teach you a lot more of these. You can count on it.
Great.
Great. Yeah, no, Raiden does get the SOCOM as well. You know, like you have a choice between lethal and non-lethal on the plant. You get the SOCOM from Snake, and you find the M9 in the plant itself. So now, once we move into this next area, the flies are gone. See? Or are they gone? Keep watching. Did you see it? I think I saw it again. There it is. Yeah, one fly stays when you move on to the next area. And then I think once we get up to the next area, this fly will be gone. Yeah, there he was again. You can see him flying around there too. Look at this new impressive PS2 technology. Look at these shadows. Although, unfortunately, not too many parts of the game actually play around with enemy shadows. Only a couple of areas, really. And the vamp boss fight. It's cool what they do with the vamp boss fight. How he can freeze your shadow.
Who's that?
Ah! Did he manage to call anything in there? I don't think he did. Boo. Nice. Some chaff grenades.
Time to save?
I'll get right on it.
Okay. There's a saying that goes, even a bird on high dies a glutton's death, as do the fish of the deeps. The lesson is, don't be greedy. The fish that belonged to a family called the Deeps died from overfeeding, and so did a bird that got high on something, probably fermented fruit.
Okay, if you say so.
I do, Snake. Don't take unnecessary risks just because you're greedy for more items. Remember the Deep family's fish.
I don't believe it.
So is this really going to be the whole game? Otacon is going to pretend to be Mei Ling. These are going to be our save calls. Kind of ties into what the tanker is, I think. Just another part of the deception, you know? Trying to pass something off as what it's not. Trying to pass off lies for truth. They get crazier and crazier, his calls, as well. At the end of the tanker, he'll be talking about aliens and UFOs. They get really wild. And if we do all of the save calls, we get to talk to Mei Ling. Ooh.
That must be the mess hall.
It's pretty small considering the size of the ship.
I guess modern tankers are so automated that you only need a crew of about 20. That's not a lot to feed. There's a lot of things there, but make sure you don't disturb anything and leave traces. The enemy might notice.
Awesome Possum with the 300 bits. Thank you very much. Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any choices with regards to what happens in MGS2. Who lives, who dies. None of that.
So he was about to have dinner.
And got a bullet in the head instead. Poor bastard.
Ba-da-loom-ba-dum-ba-dum-ba-dum. Ooh, okay. No, I'm gonna wait for him to come back. This isn't how I usually do this, but I think I should be able to do the same thing.
Freeze.
Yeah, now this guy is gonna come up. He's gonna wake up that guy now, though, yeah. Asparagus. Now this guy, from what I remember, is incredibly tired. He falls asleep like 3 times in this room. Hey, what's up, Drew? Or maybe he just yawns a lot. No, he's falling asleep. If we wait, he should eventually wake up and then move down towards there, I think. Yeah. Poor guy, he's about to pass out. That'll be me in 5 days after the marathon.
It's the end. What happened?
What happened?
What's going on? Respond. We've lost contact with Deck D. Backup unit, check it out.
He was so concerned. We can shoot the vegetables here as well, can we? Yeah.
Huh?
Situation is normal.
Oh, nice, they're noticing the ketchup as well. Yeah, it's definitely worth having the radar on as well, just for these little scenes. These little snapshots. You miss out on this stuff if you don't have the radar. Oh my god, Snake. Jesus Christ.
Snake, wait! Don't move.
I see it. Some kind of device on both sides of the hall. Infrared sensors?
Right, and they're linked to...
Let me guess. Semtex.
Exactly. Plastic explosives. If you trip the sensors...
I'll be sleeping with the fishes, along with this entire ship.
That sounds about right. There aren't that many infrared beams. Maybe you can get past those without setting off the explosives. If you need to see exactly where the beams are, you can use the usual method. There's a fire extinguisher over there. Break it open and try scattering some of the extinguishing chemicals.
Yeah, I'm wondering, if I got a cold outside, shouldn't we have already seen Snake sneeze? Like, I was standing still. Wasn't I standing still in some of the previous areas and we didn't see Snake sneeze? If you keep moving, Snake will never sneeze. Even if you have a cold. Does the flower make you sneeze? That's what I was wondering when someone said it in the chat. But although I was outside of the tanker for a long time, and I think I should have gotten a cold. Sniff it. I think it was probably just the...
Snake, that's the pantry where they keep the
Let's
food
see what Otacon
supplies.
says.
Huh. Lots of cardboard boxes. You could probably use one to blend in and avoid being discovered.
I did sneeze once in the locker area. Ah, okay. Yeah, I was thinking I must have gotten a cold outside because I was there for a long time. And I think on Extreme, you just start with a cold anyway. Like European Extreme. I don't think there's a way to not have a cold.
When the photos are in, we'll put them online and blow this whole thing wide open on the web.
Don't you think that the authorities will just shut us down?
Probably, but it won't matter. There'll be mirror sites spawning within minutes after those images go up. We won't even have to ask. People will be grabbing the pictures. There's no way anyone can stop it. Information has a life of its own, and as long as it lasts, it'll keep existing, even if it has to change its form or location.
Life?
Yeah, the desire of people to learn, the demand for data.
That's called idle curiosity in my book.
Everyone's got some of that, and sometimes it can pave the way for truth. That's what I believe.
Interesting. Okay, let's crawl under here. Bump a dump a dump bump.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
If you kick the guards into the lasers, they'll set off the bombs, yeah.
Another Chinese proverb. Those who look to the heavens prosper. Those who defy it are no more. Do you know this one? The meaning here is... hold on a sec. That you can only survive as long as you're a part of the natural order of things. You remember pre-ripped jeans? Manufacturers thought that just because people loved old, broken-in jeans, they would want to buy new jeans that looked old. So they purposefully...
What do jeans have to do with nature and order?
Denim should fray and rip on its own, naturally, right? Some designers tried to go against that, and no one bought them. The earnings report from that fiscal year is enough of a proof.
Earnings?
He's talking about the MGS3 remake.
Snake, did you find out where that ship is headed?
Yeah, I'm looking at it. 35 degrees longitude, latitude around 58.
More than 500 miles off the coast of the Bermudas, out in the middle of the Atlantic. So the prototype is ready for solo testing. It's basically combat-worthy. That area is outside the Second Fleet's operational range, too. It must be a standalone Marine Corps project, which means this prototype Metal Gear must be designed for independent deployment, without any naval assistance. Anyway, analysis can wait till later. Snake, you need to go down to the holds and locate the actual metal...
I love how if we strafe here, we can kind of get a better look at her, but even like this, even when we're trying to force a look, she's still covering her face with the radio, delaying the reveal. Apparently when Snake sees Olga here, his thought is of Meryl. If you read the script for the game, that's what it says in brackets beside that grunting dialogue. That's Snake. Snake thinks back to Meryl when he sees Olga. And then the parallels continue even further, but it's not so obvious in English. In Japanese, Meryl, Olga has the same voice actor as Meryl. And the scene is supposed to mirror the face-off that Snake and Meryl have outside of the cell at the start of MGS1. Except, with Olga, you're dealing with someone who is a serious professional, as opposed to how Meryl was when they had their face-off in MGS1, where he was facing off against a complete rookie, and he was, you know, where she just didn't stand a chance. But yeah, it's interesting, you know, because with Meryl, we don't hear anything about Meryl in MGS2. Well, we haven't heard anything about her up until this point. She was a major character in the first game. And yeah, we've had nothing. But now we get this character who is supposed to mirror her in some way. This kind of makes you wonder why. What's the purpose of this? But yeah, it doesn't really come through in the English version. Oh fuck, I meant to call Otacon a couple of times there.
Shalashashka has landed. I'm on my way to the tanker holds. Report your status.
Control room, communications and engine room are under control. All entry and exit points to the tanker hold secured. Infrared sensors placed and operational.
Good work. Are the explosives in place?
Yes, they are all planted.
Listen, once we have what we came for, the tanker will be scuttled.
And the vehicle's pilot.
He's the only one who underwent the VR training. No one else can do it.
Are you sure you can trust him?
Your part in the mission is complete. You are to leave at once.
No, it's not over yet.
I can see the moon, even in this storm, pale as death. I have a bad feeling about this mission. You swore this to me, that you would leave the unit once the mission was complete. Do not worry, this is a country of liberty.
No, this is where I belong, with the unit. I have nowhere else to go. Father, I want to stay and fight.
There is no choice to make here, Olga. Need I remind you that you are carrying my grandchild? You will be on the helicopter out of here now.
Damn it.
Freeze! Hands over your head, now! Toss your gun overboard, slowly. Show your face.
You men, you're all the same.
Who are you?
We are nomads. Wanderers.
I said don't move.
Americans. So you shoot women too.
I'm a nomad too. What else do you have there? Take the knife and toss it. Not there. Toss it overboard. Hold that position. Now, turn around.
You know what you're doing. It stopped raining. Not too shabby, is it? New York, I mean. And that brings our tour to its conclusion.
Scout knife with a surprise. You a Spetsnaz?
I think you deserve a little credit. No one's ever dodged that shot of mine. But no one gets lucky twice, either.
Here we go. Even with this amount of health, I think I can still survive 2 shots. Big differences between Extreme and European Extreme. European Extreme, it's one-hit kill, everything. Oh.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family.
Bam, bam, bam.
We share everything, all the bad and all the... I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
Oh, fuck.
Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Bam, 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 bam. Okay, we try and make her laugh. There we go.
What do you think I am, stupid?
Oh no, she has to reload.
What do you think I am, stupid?
No! Getting the camera dialogue can be tricky.
Snake, are you okay? Snake! Snake!
I know it is one-hit kill when you're at this amount of health. Hold on, I want to see if I can get the camera dialogue. It can be really awkward though. So I might just give up. Hold on. Oh, I have a ration. Nice. Okay. That'll make it a little bit more bearable.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We share everything, all the bad and all the good.
You bitch! Oh, she...
I have no one, nothing except
Hold on.
What's going on? Snake!
I don't think she'll do it while she's giving her monologue. Let's wait for the monologue and then I'll try it. But even then, it's awkward.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents.
Bam, 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 bam.
The unit is my life, my family. We've shared everything.
Oh, she throws grenades this early. Wow.
I have no one, nothing except the unit. Nothing else matters to me. Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Okay, say cheese. Say cheese.
What do you think I am, stupid?
Hey, nice.
What do you think I am, stupid? 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 What do you think I am?
There we go.
What do you think I am, stupid? What do you think I am? What do you think I am, stupid? What do you think I am, stupid? What do you think I am, stupid?
It's a shame she doesn't have any lines that are unique. You know, it's the same line as before. It'd be cool if she had some unique, you know, camera-related dialogue.
What do you think I am, stupid?
Snake, what's wrong? Snake! Snake!
There's another cool little detail here. If you notice the music, if we go over to this part of the map, if I don't die, that is.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit is my life, my family. We share everything, all the bad and all the good.
See how the music calms
Nothing
down
except
here?
the unit. Nothing else matters to me.
This is like the caution variation on the theme. Kind of feels like the shift from an
Whoever
alert
you
phase
are,
to a caution
you're not
phase.
stopping us.
Oh, I thought maybe it'd be cool if he auto-aimed at her. No.
What do you think I am, stupid?
Snake, you're not the only one with a gun. If you don't take cover, you'll get hurt. Hide behind something. She may be hiding too, but you have a clear shot whenever she decides to attack. Use the first-person view attack.
Bum, bum, bum.
Snake, she's shooting from concealment. You should use the first... Snake,
Mosbito, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
if you use a first-person view attack, you should be able to strike from the...
Bum, bum,
The
bum, bum,
handgun's
bum,
effects
bum,
vary
bum, bum.
depending on where you manage. Who is she anyway?
That scout knife had Spetsnaz written all over it, but
Spetsnaz. That's the special ops of the Soviet GRU. So she must be Russian?
who knows? All I'm sure of is that she shoots like a commando.
Be careful.
Bum, 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 bum.
Push the R1 button to cheat.
The HD collection is incredibly loud. And the volume gets way louder during boss fights. So I think I'd constantly have to change my my volume every time we get to a boss fight. I think you'll just have to deal with me being a little bit quiet during boss fights. Okay, let's fight her properly this time. No more fucking around.
What's going on? Snake! Snake!
It's okay, it's okay even during boss fights. We could actually loop her here. Ah, no. Oh, maybe I'll be able to.
I've been with the unit since I was born. I grew up on the battlefield. Conflict and victory were my parents. The unit. We've shared everything. All the time. I have no.
Oh.
Nothing else matters to me. Whoever you are, you're not stopping us.
Suck my balls. Oh shit. There we go.
Cipher? Otacon, the ship appears to be under their control. The men have Russian gear, but I haven't been able to find out anything else about their origin.
I know who they are.
You do?
We've ID'd the old man,
Who is he?
Sergei Gerlukovich.
Gerlukovich, one of Ocelot's allies.
Yeah, the GRU colonel. He's the one Ocelot was supposed to meet up with after Shadow Moses.
They're after Metal Gear.
Everything's changed. This is not going to be as simple as we thought.
You could say that. I saw a surveillance remote just now. It looked like the Cipher.
A Marine Cipher T?
No, Army.
First the Marines, then the Russians, now the Army?
You're right. This isn't gonna be simple.
Snake, there's something I have to tell you.
What?
We didn't dig up this info about the new Metal Gear on our own. Not like usual.
How did you find out then?
It was a tip. An anonymous tip.
Anonymous? You've never trusted those. Why would you start now?
I have a younger sister, a stepsister. We have different parents. I only knew her for 2 years.
You've never mentioned her before. So?
The sender of the tip was EE.
EE?
Her name is Emma, but I always call her EE.
Emma? Emmerich?
Yeah, it just caught my eye, you know? I figured it was a coincidence, but I couldn't get it out of my mind. There's really no one out there who knows about her.
When was the last time you saw her?
Over 10 years ago.
You think it's a trap? To lure us out here?
I don't know. After I got the tip, I did break into the Pentagon system to get confirmation.
Okay.
Watch your back, Snake. Maybe I screwed up.
I've got a light-equipped USP. I can take them on now. There's no ammo, but it takes a 9mm, just like the Marines' M9. I'll find those somewhere around here.
Don't raise too much racket with that thing.
I hear you.
Okay. Let's inspect Olga here.
She's not dead, is she?
No, just knocked out.
Good.
Looks like a little angel, doesn't she?
What's gotten into you?
Nothing.
Sleeping Beauty may have been awakened by Prince Charming's kiss, but you better not try it here.
I'm with you. Besides, I've had enough of tomboys.
Wow. Meryl flushed down the toilet. And that's the only real direct reference to her in the script. And even that isn't all that direct. But yeah, obviously he's talking about Meryl there.
What are you doing? How could you shoot someone who's unconscious? What are you, some kind of a monster?
Shut it. The little kiss. I think that's the only photograph where you get that sound effect, the kiss. Looks like a little angel, doesn't she? What's gotten into you? The way Snake responds to that is like, nothing. Kind of like he's trying to hide something. Trying to hide that he sees Meryl in Olga, perhaps, there, I think. Although after that, he kind of brushes that aside when he says, I've had enough of tomboys, so... I don't know. And if we go up here, we can find some thermal goggles.
Snake, I know you're into high places, but do you think maybe you can head down into the hold sometime this year? You're here to take those photos of Metal Gear, remember?
They use a Meryl model for the VR missions. And maybe for one of the Snake Tales missions as well. I think she appears in one of the Snake Tales missions. But I think Meryl's model might also be based on Olga's model, from what I remember. Like, I think they reused Olga's model for Meryl's model. I could be wrong there, but I think that may be correct.
Hey, Snake, you found a handgun.
It's a decent one. USP.
The USP fires real bullets, not the knockout rounds the M9 uses. You know that, right? The USP isn't equipped with a suppressor either. If you fire it when there are enemies nearby, they'll probably hear it. Keep that in mind. Having the USP will make combat easier, but being undetected is still the best way to go, okay? You have the thermal goggles equipped, huh? They provide night vision by using variances in heat distribution to create an image. It uses a two-dimensional solid-state projection system to create high-res images at 60 FPS in real time. By using the thermal goggles, you can take a look at the enemy's neck to see if they have dog tags or not.
Wow. 60 FPS. It's interesting, they changed the visuals for the thermal goggles, going from Sons of Liberty to Substance. In the original Sons of Liberty, the thermals did not look like this. And I think they were closer to how they looked in MGS1, where everything was red. And I'm not sure why they changed it to this style. Maybe they thought it highlighted things a little bit better or something. I don't know. Okay, now we're going to stop and wait for the lightning. We're just going to chill. Hey! Nice! We got lucky. That was just a little bolt, though. Let's see if we can get a big one. This is a very realistic thunderstorm, because sometimes you have to wait for several minutes before you'll see a flash. It's Raiden looming in the distance. Oh! Saw a little flash there. No, you can't see the Twin Towers here. You could in one of the unused environments for the Arsenal crash scene, which was removed from the game due to 9/11. You know, and when they cut straight from the Arsenal scene to Federal Hall, there was going to be a long there's going to be a long scene there showing the journey to Federal Hall, how they wound up there, tearing through the city, knocking over buildings and monuments. Hey, there's another one. Yeah, that cutscene is out there somewhere as well. Like, they did finish making that cutscene. Remember Bad Humans was talking about some journalists who saw it. But yeah, I don't think many people have seen that scene. Other than the developers and a few others. Okay, I promise I'm going to go down the ladder any second now. "20 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Nice! 12, 13. We're getting a few, like, really small bolts. I want to see, you can get some really big ones sometimes. 14. 15. 16. 17. 18. 19. 'Another tiny little one off in the distance. Ah, fuck it. Okay, 20. Let's go back down. We got a lot of lightning there compared to what we usually get. We usually don't get that many bolts. But they were all fairly small bolts. This is the day that Raiden was born, yes. Symbolically.
Freeze.
Are you going to shoot me?
So what happens if a guard hears you shoot an empty gun? That's what happened. He's clever. Wet box.
This is the bridge, but it's not just a place where you steer the ship. In a modern tanker, navigational, engine control, communication, and all other major operational functions are consolidated in the bridge. The ship is autopiloted via a global positioning satellite system. This is a precision instrument we're talking about here, so it's probably best to leave it alone. Snake, that handgun of yours is a US...
Yeah.
Using the old cardboard box trick, huh? Looks good on you, Snake. Camouflage is the best way to slip past enemy surveillance. But cardboard is just paper when it comes down to it. It won't withstand any serious assault for long. Don't rely on the trick too many times either, and I recommend you keep it dry.
Worst box call in the series. What were they thinking? No silly banter about the box, just very plain.
Snake, Metal Gear is in the holds below the tanker's deck. Go down. The cipher's what it looks like. A flying surveillance saucer. It's an unmanned aerial vehicle used for ground and ocean surveillance, and it also assists in communication. It can take off and land vertically, and uses a ducted airstream from its rotors and the surrounding shroud to fly. The one you saw was the type used by the Army, if I recall. But I can't see the Army officially cooperating with a top-secret Marine Corps project.
No, which means that there's someone besides us and the Russians that are interested in the new Metal Gear prototype.
Ciphers can stay airborne for about 3 hours, so there should be an integrated mobile ground station controlling its flight pattern and output nearby. It's got to be on land. I'll bet you anything it's disguised as a regular truck or something, driving along Riverside. Let me check it out.
Good call.
Kane, thank you for the 44 months, the 22 in a row.
If you have a weapon, select... Didn't think Gerlukovich was involved, of all people.
Ocelot's former CO, and a man with a private army of ex-Russian military and GRU soldiers. I don't like it.
And Liquid was planning to team up with that bunch at Shadow Moses.
All he managed to do back then was to provide a toy or two. Looks like he's had enough of sponsoring insurrections.
So this time he's out here himself. I guess he's after Metal Gear?
History repeats itself. Metal Gear has enough strategic clout to upset the balance of military power overnight. He must be dreaming of Mother Russia's return to glory.
Like you said, history repeats itself. Some people never change.
Maybe it's the world that doesn't, or won't, change.
Maybe. But we're fighting to upset the status quo too, aren't we?
Hey, what's up, lowlife? How's it going? Let's keep up with these save calls, because there's lots of them.
Oh, Snake, you want to save? Hey, Snake, what's hardest won, most easily lost? It's time, get it? Amazing how relevant these Chinese proverbs still are. Once the moment's gone, it's gone. Except for daylight savings time, of course. That extra hour to do anything you like with every autumn. Gotta love it. Then again, you lose an hour every spring, so I guess the proverbs are right. Wow, they thought of everything.
Did they even have daylight savings back then?
Of course not. They knew how to save time. We're the ones that need to be tricked into it.
Yeah, but you said...
The moment never returns, Snake. Let's not waste it on idle questions.
Okay.
Alright, let's keep going. Boom. Grab that USP ammo. The mess we made is still there on the table. I like how none of that stuff refreshes. You know, you go back and the ketchup is still there.
Freeze.
Oh. Okay, let me try the fancy bad human strat. Whoop! See you later. Look at this mess.
Time to save?
Not in a million years.
Hey, thanks for the shout out again, whoever posted the shout out. Yeah, feel free to give me a follow over on my own channel. This is a 2-man marathon. This is DRK's channel. I'm helping him out over here with this marathon. And then next month, we'll both be streaming on my channel. And he'll be helping me out over there on my channel. So yeah, if you want to catch the next marathon and you're new here, make sure to give me a follow. It'll probably be at the end of next month, something like that.
The Chinese have a saying, those who are lost never question a path, and a drowning man doubts not the shallows. And it means that you need to make use of other people's help, otherwise you could be in trouble. If you're lost, you don't even know whether a road you come across is a right one. And, well, what's the difference between shallow and deep if you've already drowned, right? Anyway, the point is that help is always a good thing to accept. So make good use of the codec.
Look, this stuff seems nothing like what Mei Ling used to talk about.
Hey, she couldn't do better herself.
Ugh.
Yeah, I was saying before, I think we might do a longer marathon as well next time with some of the other spin-offs and maybe Snatcher, Police Knots, something like that. Maybe do like an 8, 9, 10 day marathon. If we're up to it, we'll see.
Raven?
Oh my god. It can't be.
Snake, that shadow,
It's him. No doubt about it.
But Raven was, you know, out in Shadow Moses.
I know. Maybe it's the last of his 9 lives. Or maybe his maker decided to give him another chance.
You're not serious, are you?
Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Either way, we'll find out soon enough.
Snake, watch your step, okay?
You don't even know if you're serious, Snake? Why are you being so ambiguous? I wonder if there was ever a toy like this. Yes, and there was originally in the game there was going to be a codec call about the toy, which was going to advertise the real toys. What was the brand again? McFarlane Toys. I think they created a line of MGS1 related toys as well, which you can see in Otacon's lab. Except they're very, very low res in MGS1. But yeah, you can look up the cut dialogue for the McFarlane toys, and I'd imagine you were gonna trigger it here, like after you saw that it was a Raven toy. This was also something that they put into the MGS2 trailers. In one of the MGS2 trailers, there's this shadow of Raven. So just another one of the many little deceptions in the MGS2 trailer. You play the game and then you find out it's this.
Good.
Hello there.
Freeze.
I wonder, can I kick this guy over the edge here? Yeah, into the abyss. Yeah, I think he fell into the abyss. Ah, you son of a bitch.
Who's there?
Shit. Oh no, are they gonna come over here? Should have moved the bodies. Oh god, they're coming. Oh shit!
The situation is normal. All clear.
Huh? You got one again. Find it now.
Send a replacement guard for the area.
Freeze.
Nice. Ah! Hello there. Oh my god.
Good.
There we go. While we're getting crazy here, actually, now is a good time to show this off while we're in caution, while we're being sloppy. If you shoot this poster here, check out what happens. Oh! I fucking caught the guy in the explosion. Nice. Wow, I didn't even think it was possible to catch people with the poster explosion. Wow, that was completely by chance. They're just gonna see me here. Yeah. Oh, I'm dead.
Stop kidding around. Snake?
But yeah, for some unknown reason, the posters explode in this room. There's another poster that also explodes here.
Freeze.
Yeah, let's just kill that guy.
Freeze.
Okay, now I think we will level up our grip gauge. You can level up your grip gauge by dropping down onto rails like this. But it's not the only way to do it. You can also do it just by doing pull-ups like that. But that's a much slower way of doing it. One drop down equals 10 pull-ups. So you're much better off finding a spot like this. And once we do this 10 times, I think it's 10 times anyway, our grip gauge will level up. Now, we don't really need to do this for our current playthrough, but just to show that it's a thing. How many's left? Nice.
Congrats, Snake. Looks like those pull-ups were working. Your grip strength is up.
Yeah, now that our grip gauge is leveled up, you can see it's all fancy and orange now, level 2. Your grip gauge also depends on your health. If you have a low amount of health, it will drain much faster. Let's just reload the area just in case I die, because then we'll have to do it all over again. What pull-ups? Yeah, I wasn't even paying attention to that. Bump, bump, ba-dump, ba-dump.
You're using the anti-personnel sensor, I see. It measures the electromagnetic fields and heartbeat of life forms and converts the data into vibrations. If an enemy draws near, it will vibrate. The stronger the vibration, the closer the enemy is. But remember, when using the anti-personnel sensor, you'll only be able to feel the vibrations coming from the sensor. Snake, the engine room is full of solid structures. You could probably use them to get away when the enemy's chasing you. Use the hanging mode wisely. That's the engine room. You can see the tanker's engine in the middle there. The engine noise is pretty loud, but that means the enemy's hearing will be hampered too.
That's right.
Yeah, cool detail about this room. You can make more noise than you can in all the other areas in the tanker, because of the natural sound in the environment. It allows you, it weakens the enemy's hearing range. It's something you can also do in the tarsal room on the big shell, in strut E. You're allowed to make a little bit more noise there. You're firing off loud weapons. Can you blow up the engine here? Unfortunately not, no. XNew, thank you for the $5. My first MGS game was Phantom Pain. Never understood the story or universe till I discovered Outer Heaven back in 2015. Love all the in-depth playthroughs and analysis. On a side note, every time I land in Vegas, I flip off the Konami building by the airport. Cheers, man. Thank you for the $5. And I'm glad you enjoyed the channel. Cheers.
Freeze.
Don't even think about it. Yeah, let's leave him there. Man, this game looks nice. Ooh, are you gonna turn around? Oh my god.
Freeze.
That was so close.
Don't shoot!
There is the other poster, by the way. Nobody is awake now, so no alerts. On one of the lower difficulties, you can see a guard here that uses his binoculars to look at the poster as well. I think on normal difficulty, there's a guy here staring at the poster. Maybe he goes over there on this difficulty as well, but I don't think so. Okay, am I bothered? Do I want to get the level 3 grip gauge? Fuck it, let's do it. 1. Two. 3. Righty Roo with the Prime sub. Thank you very much. 4. 5. What's Olga doing in that photo? Which photo? There, she's trying to kill me. Yeah, and she's trying to kill me there as well. She's pointing her gun at me. While accusing me of thinking that she's stupid. That was something I showed earlier. If you take pictures of Olga during the fight with her, she says, "What do you think I am, stupid?" But it can be kind of awkward to trigger. You have to wait for her to finish her monologue first. Cookie Crumbles with the tier 1 sub. Thank you very much. I'm glad some people are enjoying this this grip gauge shenanigans. Hey! Oh, we don't even get a call for it. Oh my god. Yeah, I remember now. Well, there it is. Grip gauge level 3. Let's reload the area again, just to be safe.
Time to save?
That's right.
You can do that with Raiden and level up his gauge too, yeah.
Acquaintances agree, friends argue. And that's a straightforward one. The better friends you are, the more openly you can disagree with each other. So feel free to present a counterpoint if you don't agree with what I'm saying. Argue away.
Sure, all right.
Not a promising start. Okay, forget what I said. Just go along with my advice.
Okay, let's reload. Dr. Construct with the 90 months. Thank you. What other bullshit do you have, Otacon? Let's keep it going.
Time to save?
That's right.
Cha-pa-cha,
Do you know the saying, one forgets the hurt once the wound is healed? And that, of course, means, oh, where'd I put that piece of paper?
Did you say something?
No, nothing. Forgetting the pain when the wound's healed means...
I don't believe it.
That you have to get better fast. Yeah, that's it.
You gotta
So stock up on those rations and bandages.
Is that really all it means?
Hey, I'm the expert here.
Oh, yeah, I guess I can show this now. Although I don't think I even needed a level 2 gauge to do this, but... You can drop down here. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus. I don't want to land on the platform because I'll take a load of damage. If I can drop to another hanging position, that would be ideal. Oh, yes. Perfect.
Freeze.
No!
Repair of the entranceway to the engine room on the port side is complete. We'll return to position following patrol of the small room on the port side.
In the dick. You'll always auto-aim straight at his dick there. Whether you shoot him with a tranq or the USP. Here they play a little trick with the posters. If you take a picture of this poster here. No matter how many times you take the picture, you won't get any response from Snake. That's because... Fuck's sake, Otacon, you ruined it.
Snake,
I'll continue that
there's another
thought.
set of infrared sensors in place. If you touch that, the explosives will detonate and that ship will be pulverized.
I'm not in the mood to go sleep with the fishes, but there are too many sensors. Looks like I'll have to find another way.
No need to worry. There's a way through.
You gotta be joking.
Take a close look. Do you see the thing with blinking green lights right next to the explosives?
No way.
That's the control unit for the sensors.
No way.
Destroy that, and the sensors stop functioning. You can't get in
way.
close enough to touch it, so you'll have to shoot it out.
No way.
But the M9's knockout rounds won't work. The USP you picked up should do the trick. Use that gun.
What?
So, as I was saying, we close this locker door, and now we get the full picture. And Otacon just finds this hilarious later.
Good.
Alright, let's do it. Cool detail here, we can shoot the flower at the back of the room. And that will highlight the lasers.
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
That's right.
Snake, have you heard this one? Evil is human nature, and his entire being falseness. The concept of so-called original sin. The idea that you're born bad, so you can't help doing bad things.
Hold on. I thought the idea of original sin was that you had to work even harder at being good because you were born evil.
Well, yeah, that too. Very good, Snake.
Arizona Bridge checkpoint passed. All non-essential personnel report to the holds in 10 minutes' time for the scheduled briefing session with the Commandant. You are ordered to continue manning your posts until that time.
Somebody there? Who's there? Don't sneak up on me like that.
Love the flickering lights here.
Nah, it was just my imagination playing tricks on me.
Really adds to the atmosphere. And off he goes. I think that was actually something I discovered on my first playthrough of the game. You know, you see that guy coming down. He's always scripted to be walking down towards you there as you approach that area. So I'd imagine a lot of players do go in and lean up against that wall.
Freeze.
Huh?
Freeze.
No! Please.
Time to save? You know the story about Achilles in Paris? The moral here is, well, something about his heel. Anyway, even the great and virtually immortal hero Achilles was finally done in by Paris. Talk about a dangerous city. So don't get complacent. The mission can turn around and get you.
Wasn't Paris a person?
What?
Paris, I thought he was a...
Snake. There's a time and a place for conspiracy theories. Please, I'm trying to concentrate here.
Huh? Sorry.
So silly.
stern hatch.
All right.
The lift is also under our control.
We're on the foredeck, about to descend to the holds.
Sir, the Marine Commander has started his speech already.
We will complete the preparations before the end of the speech.
All communications to the holds have been severed. No one is aware of our presence.
Let no one down into the holds until we are out.
Yes, sir. We will secure your exit with our lives if necessary.
There is one more thing.
Yes, sir.
My daughter, keep her safe.
Yes, sir.
Who goes there?
Here we go. Ah, fuck. Nice.
Aim for the lights.
Ah, you bitch.
Who goes there?
Oh, Shalashaska. Why are you here? We thought you were with the Colonel.
What the?
The Colonel will be joining you soon, comrade.
Snake, are you in yet? Have you made it to the holds?
It's taking longer than I expected. We've already passed the Verrazano Bridge.
All right, we'll use another recovery point.
They may be planning to change course.
What?
The exits to the deck are all sealed.
What are they planning?
If they get Metal Gear, we're going right off the fringe.
You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses
The men down here are definitely Marines.
The current state of nuclear...
If the deck is sealed off, they have no way of knowing that the ship's been taken over.
I'm not interested in fighting these guys. The weapons won't do me much good here.
Can you see Metal Gear?
No. I'll have to go around to the bow. They have some serious defenses here. I doubt the recent arrivals want to blast their way through the Marines either.
Wonder where they're headed.
I don't know. Not the beach, that's for sure.
Okay, Snake. Let's go over this one more time. Use this camera to get photographic evidence of the Metal Gear prototype. Now do your thing and take pictures that speak louder than the government's plausible denials. We need 4 shots. Metal Gear from the front right, and front left, and a close-up of the Marine Corps marking.
Marking?
There should be a Marine's insignia on the body of Metal Gear. Just let someone try explaining away a clear shot of that.
All right.
There's actually one little thing.
Just spit it out. I'm used to things going wrong.
It looks like someone's monitoring our transmission.
Who?
I don't have a clue. All they're doing is watching. It would creep me out less if they tried to interfere with our communications.
Could it have something to do with that cipher we saw?
Maybe. I've switched the encryption protocol for our burst transmission for now. What I want to do is use a different method for sending these photos, just in case.
Instead of using the codec?
Exactly. There's a workstation in the southeast corner of the block where Metal Gear is housed. I've made arrangements so that you can send the pictures from the machine.
Arrangements?
I hitched a ride on Link 16 into US military's proprietary network. Managed to get into that workstation and overwrote a part of the system software so I could remote install a little app I wrote.
Why bother with anything that complicated?
No, it's pretty simple, really. Look, all you have to do is stand in front of the machine and push the action button. The app will automatically launch and download the image data from the camera, split the files, and encrypt them individually. The data packets can then masquerade as...
Okay. So all I have to do is push the action button in front of the computer once I have the pictures, right?
Well, sure, if you put it that way. And one more thing. The Commandant's already begun his speech, but you need to get the pictures before he's done talking. Otherwise, they'll spot you, okay?
How much time do I have?
I hacked into his personal files and took a look at the text of that speech. I'd say you have 7 more minutes. Longer if he throws in a joke or two.
A 7-minute time limit, huh?
Remember, Snake, just the photos, okay?
With these kinds of odds, I won't be making any sudden moves. But that doesn't mean we can just let Metal Gear be hijacked.
Okay, but first the photos.
All right, we'll deal with the rest when we get there.
Stay low.
All right, John Mello with the sub. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Of Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure
Much appreciated.
to pirated weapons forces. The only thing that can stand.
Let's go back in here just to grab a few more M9 rounds before we do anything. With Ray.
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of
no, you son of a bitch!
No longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this. At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear.
You're gonna barrel right into the whole crowd as a tradition.
They are all working on their own Metal Gear force to compete with the...
I'm not exactly sure what you mean, but yeah, I'll fuck around with the Marines in the final area once we get to the final area.
The U.S.'s nuclear strike capability.
Hold on a second.
The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think.
Good.
There we go. Okay, wow, he doesn't need to be in the... You can chop his head out of the frame.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations building up their own Metal Gear force will think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by...
Yeah, let's go down.
The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs.
Psychotic with the Prime sub. Thank you.
Devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy's. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation. It is a fact.
I love this little detail, how the audio gets muffled once you enter this little hall, and then when the door opens.
But I promise you that they will not succeed.
Just a nice little touch.
I have a daughter. It is my
JC with the Prime sub as well. Thank you very much.
Never to have her. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious.
Now another crazy little detail here.
Metal Gear Ray is amphibious.
If we just keep entering and exiting the area.
Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious.
We have to do it a few times.
Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious.
Okay, that's probably enough.
Don't stay on the same ground. We're here to complete a mission. And that means moving forward. Take pride in being a Marine. Remember what that means. Only those who are willing to take risks can achieve victory.
So good. That has to be one of my favorite Easter eggs.
Metal Gear Ray is Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any shoreline. Its onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate...
Kojima's ghost.
I'd like you all to think about what that means. This turned out to be longer than expected. At ease. Rest a little.
Oh god, hold on. When they rest, I don't think they ever look behind them. Actually, wait, I think I remember getting caught by one of them here before, so let's just be careful. This is how they relax.
Let's continue. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before.
Okay, now we're just going to wait for the timer to run down. There's a really cool detail here if you just pay attention to what's on the screen.
We have intelligence that there are anti-Metal Gear terrorists planning to target the ship. Intruder to the right! Intruder in the back! Intruder to the right! Intruder in the back! Should that actually happen, I expect you to be prepared. We cannot and will not give up Ray. Stay on your guard at all times. To move on, George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shadow Moses.
Okay, as I was saying,
The official reason given did not, of course, include the development of
if we keep paying attention to what's on the screen, you can actually see the Gorlukovich soldiers run in at one point.
Heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed cover-up.
I think you see one of them grab one of the Marines, and it is actually possible to see Ocelot in one of these images too.
Ours is not the
But
only
from what I understand, it can be kind of hard to trigger it It's kind of like partially random. Certain things need to happen.
Project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature.
I remember Bad Humans was looking into it.
Theirs is a program that
it can be hard to trigger.
Fire of nuclear proliferation. I seem to be repeating myself. Chalk it up to old age. The Metal Gear Rex development on Shadow Moses was supposedly the first
okay, now I think we'll see it. The camera's panning over.
Nuclear defense capability.
Yeah. Now, watch. Look at that walkway up there.
No!
Now is not the time!
Means that there was
okay, now keep looking, keep looking.
To cash in on this opportunity by specific interests within the military-industrial complex. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear that in mind. It is an undeniable fact that
really
there
cool.
is a force at work in our government and within the military, seeking to control national affairs to suit its own interests. Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party.
Let's see if we can see Ocelot.
This nation
yeah, of course the Marines don't notice anything.
This exercise is but a first step towards that goal.
Ocelot, that looks like a unique picture.
Rests with you tonight.
Ocelot, are you lurking there somewhere?
Proliferation and development of Metal Gear technology.
Okay, we're zooming in on that guy's ass.
Like the NBT and START obsolete. There are also forces at work trying to exploit this disturbing trend to further their own power and influence. The human race is about to slide back into the endless arms race of that last century. And we cannot afford to play that Russian roulette again. The Metal Gear Ray you see is here to prevent that possibility. You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Right. Up. Right. Down. Getting back to the topic at hand. This Metal Gear Ray is a prototype designed to be operated by an onboard pilot.
All right, we're almost at zero. What's going to happen?
Ray will be unmanned, driven by tele-existence and an autonomous control system. The importance of next-generation technology such as C4ISR and RMA in battle situation has been discussed time and again, but Ray is the first to deploy it so fully. With Ray's completion, the Marine Corps will lead the way for a new age of military tactics.
Still just keeping an eye out for Ocelot. We're still getting new shots at this point. That big close-up of Ray's head, I don't think we saw that at any other point.
Add Metal Gear to the mix, and the result is the renewed proliferation you see the world over. I'm on a roll here. Let's go on a little bit longer. Once lived in the shadow of the Doomsday Machine.
And the timer gets refilled. However, if it goes to zero now, it will not refill again. It will only refill once. The cool thing about this is that he has new dialogue once you get to this sequence. He doesn't just repeat his old speech. He'll have new bits of dialogue.
We will proceed out of New York Harbor and conduct top-secret field testing of Ray. Shadow Moses has turned public opinion against weapons development. This training needs to stay covert.
Why is your mouth moving?
And not risk jeopardizing the program on the eve of its completion. The disguised oil tanker is a part of our cover. Ray is well worth all those precautions. Trust me. Former President Sears did also act towards reducing the nuclear stockpile while nurturing the NMD concept. It was he who lowered Start 3's ceiling for tactical
Ocelot, are you down there?
in order to bring Russia around to approving a revision to the ABM treaty.
That's a unique shot.
Was headed for the end of the arms race when Shadow Moses happened. Even though the development of Metal Gear Rex is still outside the bounds of official truth, everyone in the international military community knows the facts. Its specs spread across the globe like wildfire. The nuclear race is on again. The only thing that can reverse its course is this Metal Gear Ray. The National Missile Defense Program was initiated in the end of the 20th century, projected to completion in 2005. However, the NMD trial conducted in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background. Not to mention interference from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature than the Navy.
Stop kidding around. Snake?
Classic. It's a shame the resolution is so low.
We initiated development of...
You do see that that second girl at the end when you're in Arsenal gear, and the video of her there is high res.
Metal Gear Ray as a countermeasure to these.
I'm also wondering if in the original game, you know, as soon as it cuts to the scene where he starts putting the women up on the projector, as soon as it cuts to that, Dolph's speech will cut to another part of his speech. Like it'll awkwardly transition to a completely different part of his speech. I'm wondering if it was also like that in the original game, or if it just kept playing normally. Maybe they couldn't figure out a way of doing it unless it played like a certain bit of dialogue.
The only thing that can stand up to a Metal Gear is, of course, another Metal Gear.
Yeah, it is much smaller.
With Ray, the hundreds, if not thousands, of Metal Gears that exist all over the world are no longer a threat. The blind rush to nuclear proliferation will be contained, and it will be the Marine Corps and our Ray that will accomplish this.
Oh, I actually meant to take him out.
At the moment, every industrialized nation on the globe knows the specifications for Metal Gear. Worse yet, so do a number of rogue states. They are all working on deploying their own Metal Gear force to compete with the U.S.'s nuclear strike capability. The world is about to see a swarm of these Metal Gear derivatives.
Let me just chill here and listen to a bit of the speech.
Some say that the strategic importance of aircraft carriers will be reduced by the completion of Ray. The opposition from the Navy is an undeniable fact. There is a lot of pressure from Navy brass, especially those with submarine and air background.
Right, once he starts talking about the Navy and the opposition from the Navy and the Navy's own Metal Gear project and all of that, Otacon will actually comment on it once you get to that part of the speech.
Snake, the tanker's holds are... Snake, take those... You absolute... The Marine Corps' defining character is that of an emergency response team in crisis situations. But the Army's been steadily enlarging its own crisis response capabilities, building on the strength of their medium brigade. Analysis is that the Marine Corps sees this as an infringement on their own domain and is more than a little alarmed. We both know that Metal Gear Rex was being developed for deployment by the Army, so it does make sense that the Marines are trying to compete with their own version of Metal Gear. So the Commandant says the Navy is leaning on them, huh? I'm sure the Navy isn't happy about the new Metal Gear prototype being developed. From what I can tell, the new model can make an approach, launch an attack, and execute takeoffs from the ocean without any support. If the weapon makes it past the testing stage, it could render aircraft carriers, battleships, even submarines obsolete. It's a matter of life or death for the Navy as an organization. And if it's true that the Navy has its own Metal Gear in the works, that's another reason for them to get nervous.
Yeah. Of course, the Navy project turns out to be the Arsenal Gear project. And once you get to see the mass-produced rays inside Arsenal at the very end of the game, you'll see that they all have the Navy logo on the arm, as opposed to the Marines logo that we see on this manned ray.
Clearance from a major player. But this project is vital to the Marine Corps. The enemy is sometimes closer to home than you think, gentlemen. Always bear that in mind.
Alright, now we're going to take this path to the final hold.
This weapon will render all other Metal Gears obsolete. Nations bringing up their own Metal Gear force would think twice about their nuclear strategy in the light of the military dominance spelled out by Ray. The shift in the balance of power will mean a new world order, and we, the Marine Corps, will play a central role in its military affairs. Ours is not the only military project devoted to Metal Gear development, but it cannot be more different in nature from the Navy. Theirs is a program that will add fuel to the uncontrolled fire of nuclear proliferation. It is a fact that players in favor of such a policy are attempting to derail our own Ray project. But I promise you that they will not succeed. You're all familiar with the Shadow Moses incident during the Sears administration. The current state of nuclear proliferation is a direct result of that event.
Metal Gear.
I have a daughter.
I have a daughter.
And it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation.
Decker, thank you for the
soldier,
114 months and the 114 in a row.
You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Left.
Let's make sure we're up to date with Otacon's save calls.
Do you want to save, Snake? Do you know the saying, those who walk 100 leagues think not that their journey is half ended until the 90th league? That means... what does it mean? Okay, it means that if you're planning to walk that far, you better damn well know how to do simple arithmetic. Study, stay in school.
This seems to be getting more and more random.
Correction. It's becoming more deep. Trust me.
Don Crime, thank you. And Warp World, thank you for the 34 months. And J-Dev, thank you for the Prime sub.
Left.
All right. So now, from this position, let's see if we can find anything.
Metal Gear Ray is amphibious, unlike the Army's Rex.
Ah, who is that?
Underwater. Move in undetected and make its
Who
landing
could that
on
be?
any shoreline.
I actually didn't mean to take a
Onboard
picture there.
Joint
What did I
Tactical
overwrite?
Information distribution system identifies targets with unerring
The two
accuracy.
guys on the poster.
Takes them
Fuck.
out of massive
That's okay.
firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours
Yeah,
to
here's
guard.
Ocelot.
I'd like you all to think about what that means. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave us. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea and land as we never have before. George Sears surrendered his presidency in the aftermath of Shattered. The official reason
Okay, what happens if we try and kill him? Let's take out our USP.
of course include the development of Metal Gear Rex and next-generation nuclear warheads. But even you will have heard rumors that he was forced to resign after the failed
Spooky.
cost of his influence in the political community. I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty.
Snake, that workstation is the transfer point between the tanker's intranet and the outside world. Use it to send those pictures over. All you have to do is face the computer and push the action button, and the photos will be sent. Hope you took a good one. That workstation is hooked up to the greater military network. The speech in the holds is being relayed out through that machine. We'll be making use of it too. I managed to get in through an Army IC router in Ohio. All I had to do from there was use the Link 16 to remotely install a few drivers and an application onto that workstation. So your camera can talk to their computer now. Hey, even military networks use products based on commercial technology. Nothing too unfamiliar there. Besides, I cut myself a back door when I still had access. I had a lot of access privileges when we were developing Rex. Hey, are you listening?
Yeah.
Really? Anyway, the program will compress, encrypt, and packetize the photo's image data. I used Baton for encryption, by the way. And the beauty of it is, the packets are disguised to look like the Tadil-J message format. Get it? It's the standard tactical digital information link message format. And the packets will be sent out cloaked by their own speech broadcast. Tell me that isn't brilliant. Want me to go over it again?
No. Once was enough.
Lepe, thank you for the 55 months and the 55 months in a row. Cheers.
Seem to be repeating.
All right, let's upload some of these photographs. He's talking about real shit there. It's not just gibberish. Like the Tadil-J message format and all that. That's real stuff. The Link 16.
So, any codec moments from you, Snake? The first image is... This is hilarious! This rules. But we can't use it. Get the shots we need.
This rules.
The next image is... Ah, don't send me creepy stuff like this. What if I get possessed or something? Sorry, but this doesn't work. I hate to ask, but can you try again?
Possessed by an arm, perhaps?
The next one's...
It does look sleeveless.
Oh, this is,
What?
Nothing. It's nothing. But this isn't a photo of Metal Gear anyway. Sorry, but you're gonna have to go back and shoot another set. I'll just make a backup of this one. The next one's... So, this explains a lot. Not that there's anything wrong with keeping it to yourself. I mean, you know, it's your life and everything. But you're going to have to take those Metal Gear photos now. The next one's... Yeah! Another spooky photo? I told you to stop, didn't I? I need to go get some holy water or something. Okay, last one's coming up. Stop it, okay? Are you trying to freak me out? We need 4 images. One from the front right, the front, and the front left, and a close-up of the Marines marking on the prototype. Get the prototype on camera.
Okay, I'll try my best.
Myself.
With Ray. And I wonder how you'll feel about the commander here.
The Metal Gear development on Shadow
sound
Moses
effects.
was supposedly the first preparatory measure taken against the future possibility of reduced nuclear defense capability. NMD technology leaked to other nations would make that contingency likely. But if this theory is correct, it means that there was a calculated intent to cash in on this opportunity by specific interests within the military-industrial complex. We are here today to flush out and rid our country of these corrupting forces. That is our mission. You will bear that in mind.
Good.
It is an undeniable fact that there is a...
Okay, I'm receiving the images. The first image is... This is great! The Marines lettering shows up really well. The next image is... Okay, that's good. The shot from the right is in the bag. The next image is... Hey, this is the Marine Commandant. Are you a fan or something? So, what's the last one gonna be? The Commandant again. Look, if you like him so much, I'll print this out and make a panel out of it. Put it over your bed or something. We can use the photos of the right and the insignia, but we're still missing one from the front left and the front.
Put it over your bed or something. Are you my mother, Otacon?
And within the military.
Otacon tidying my room while I'm out on my sneaking missions?
Seeking to control national affairs to suit its own.
Looks like I have your photos now. Let's take a look. The first one I'm seeing is... Will you please stop sending me pictures of the Commandant? We can use the photos of the right and the insignia, but we're still missing one from the front left and the front.
Okay, I'll stop.
Metal Gear Ray bears the burden of confronting this party, thwarting their plans and guiding this nation back to its original path. This exercise is but a first step towards that goal. The future of the country rests with you tonight.
Ah, shit. Someone saw the guy knocked out over there.
We are about to render agreements like the NPT and START obsolete. There are also forces at work trying to exploit this disturbing trend to further their own power and influence.
Oh, that was a nice one.
Huh?
Your necks must be stiff by now.
Yeah, I bet they are.
More stretching. Left. Right. Up.
Why wasn't that guy looking up? I guess he was looking right, and he was beside me. Caught him just before he looked up.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Left.
Did I used to have posters on my wall as a kid? Is that what someone asked in the chat? Yeah, I did. I can't remember exactly what posters I had. Like weed leaves and shit. WWE wrestlers, WWE divas. Yeah, all that kind of shit.
Freeze.
Right. Front. Getting back to the topic at hand. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected and make its landing on any shoreline. Its onboard Joint Tactical Information Distribution System identifies targets with unerring accuracy and takes them out with massive firepower. It is the ultimate weapon, and it is yours to guard. I'd like you all to think about what that means. This new model of Metal Gear is codenamed Ray, after the great Manta Ray. Our Ray has a sting that nature never gave the Manta. With this latest Metal Gear, we can rule the sea.
I wonder if it's possible to roll while catching more than just the back
as we
row.
never have before.
Nah, this isn't gonna work.
Metal Gear Ray is amphibious.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Okay, right, fuck it. I think I've had my fun.
I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that is my duty. You must be tense. Let's do a little stretching, shall we? Left.
I don't think anything special happens if you shoot Dolph.
Down.
Unfortunately, it just cuts to the usual scene.
Right. Front.
Fuck it, it's been a while since I've tried it.
Getting back to the topic at hand. Intruder in the back!
Oh! Okay, cool.
Snake, respond! Snake! Snake!
Damn, he doesn't get affected at all by that headshot.
I have a daughter, and it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I
What if I shoot the ground next to him?
as a soldier, I know that is my duty.
probably just the same thing.
Let's do a little stretching, shall we?
If I shoot him with the USP, the noise will probably just trigger the general scene, the standard scene.
Right.
Oh.
Front. Let's continue. Intruder to the right.
That's bullshit.
Snake, you okay? Snake! Snake!
You couldn't even see me.
I have a daughter. And it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children
I can't get him from here.
experience the horror of nuclear war. As a father, I want to leave them.
Stop kidding around. Snake?
I have a daughter. And it is my greatest wish never to have her or her children experience
Okay. Let's take the pictures.
As a father, I want to leave a better world for the future generation. As a soldier, I know that.
I have a daughter.
Must be tense.
Yeah, I don't think there's a way to get any scene other than that, unfortunately, with golf.
Freeze.
Down.
That's all we get.
Right.
Oh yeah, thank you for reminding me. We still need to do the rest of the save calls. I probably would have forgotten.
Oh, Snake, you want to save?
Thanks for the reminder.
The Chinese have a proverb that goes, scholars hold in esteem knowledge, not acts. You see, they just sit around thinking instead of actually doing something, which doesn't make them too useful. Action is what matters, I think.
Look, what I heard from Mei Ling was that...
Snake, have you noticed that you bring her up a lot?
Huh? That isn't the...
Here we go again. What am I gonna do with you?
Like I was saying...
You and your hyperactive libido. It's a good thing one of us can keep all the details straight. You want to save, Snake?
Your hyperactive libido.
This is my favorite Chinese saying. Better to be first among roosters than last among bulls. Of course, the meaning's clear. If you have to choose between being a chicken or a cow, pick the chicken. Cows are always being messed with by aliens. Cattle mutilations are up, you know. Why go looking for trouble, right? If an enemy spots you, you'll be in more trouble than a cow on a UFO. You stay out of their sight.
Why would aliens be in an old Chinese proverb?
Everyone knows they've been visiting us for thousands of years.
News to me.
All right, we're almost at the end now, I think.
Oh, you need to save? Just a second.
Actually, no, there might be like 3 or 4 left. I can't remember.
Snake, do you know the Chinese proverb,
here we
care
go.
avoids error? Error is thought to be a Kung word, meaning what? There's some linguists who think that this accounts for an almost universal utterance of the syllable when people are at a loss for words. A kind of vestigial...
Hey! What a crock! What did you do with that little cheat sheet I made you? Oh, there it is. Hey!
That's really,
How could you do that? You know how busy I am and you...
It's not what you think.
Oh? So what am I thinking?
What's going on over there?
Oh, hi, Snake. Do you know the Otacom's been...
Mei Ling, we're in the middle of a mission and everything, so can we, you know...
Fine. Sure. And Snake, the real meaning of care avoids error is that if you're cautious, you can avoid making serious mistakes. Even if you've gotten used to the mission, watch what you do. Good luck.
Yeah, Snake. Good luck.
You, I'm not done with. Let's discuss this, shall we?
Otacon's about to get spanked. There's actually one more to do.
Let's continue. Metal Gear Ray is amphibious. Unlike the Army's Rex, it can cruise deep underwater, move in undetected, and make its landing on any shoreline. Its onboard...
Time to save?
What happened to Mei Ling?
She got mad and went offline.
What did you do?
Nothing. Now, don't we need to get back to the mission? So much to do, so little time.
Yeah, that's it.
Information distribution system.
What's his standard call?
Time to save? Okay, see you, Snake.
Okay.
Identifies targets with
Okay, I'm receiving the images. The first image is... You're a pretty good photographer. We can definitely use this left shot. Okay, last one's coming up. Okay, this works. It's a great front view. Okay, now we have all the photos. Snake, the speech is about to wind up. Forget the photos and get out of there now.
We, the Marines, will lead the charge into a new world order with Metal Gear Ray. That is all. Dismissed.
Excellent speech, my friend.
Who the...
Gift of the silver tongue. They say it's the mark of a good officer. End of a liar. Americans are too in love with the sound of their own voice to speak the truth.
Identify yourself.
I am Shalashaska, also called Revolver Ocelot.
What do you want?
This machine will be quite useful.
What are you planning to do? Steal this thing?
Steal? No, I'm taking it back. Nobody move. Understood? This ship now carries enough Simtex on its key structural points to blow it out of the water at the touch of this button. That's right. No one has to die needlessly. We're almost at the target. Get a move on.
What do you intend to do with Raiden? Sell it on the streets?
I was raised in Snezinsk, formerly known as Chelyabinsk 70, the nuclear research outpost.
What are you talking about?
After the Cold War ended, my home was bought out by the Americans.
Is there a point to this sad story?
Now you would understand. Land, friends, dignity, all sold to the highest bidder, the United States of America. Even the technology that gave birth to these weapons is Russian, developed by us.
What do you intend to do?
Russia will rise again. And Ray is the key.
I regret to inform you that I have no intention of selling Metal Gear. As I said, I came to take it back. Yes, returned to the Patriots.
The Lale Lule Lo? How's that possible?
Ocelot, have you sold us out?
I was never in your employ, Kurlukovich.
Are you still in league with Solidus?
No hard feelings, Colonel. Mother Russia can rot for all I care.
Since when, Ocelot? When did you turn?
I'm glad you noticed, comrade. I abandoned her during the Cold War.
Ah!
Metal Gear only has room for one! Kurlukovich, you and your daughter will die here.
Damn you!
Sergei, looks like you were long overdue for retirement.
Traitorous dog!
Show's over. If you wish to live, I suggest you run now. This ship is still in the lower New York harbor. You may yet make it to shore if you swim for your life.
It's been a while, brother.
Who are you?
You know who I am.
Liquid?
Not so young anymore, eh, Snake? You're drowning in time. I know what it's like, brother. No wonder Naomi passed you over for the Fox Dive program.
Ouch! Get out of my mind, Liquid!
The price of physical prodigy. Few more years and you'll be another dead clone of the old man. Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies. But I live on through this arm!
Liquid's arm.
What it takes after all! You're going down, Snake, with this tanker!
at the location we discussed. Yes, I have photographic evidence of Snake on the scene. The cipher was most useful. I look forward to tomorrow morning's news flash. I would say the Marine Corps' plans are on indefinite hold. Yes, of course, Mr. President.
All right. Excuse me. Sorry, I was just taking a food break there. I was having some kind of pasta thing with mushrooms and creamy sauce. It was pretty good. So now we're getting to the plant sequence. And as we always do, we talk about some details that are very easy to miss during the opening sequence. So a couple of things to pay attention to if you're new here or if you haven't played MGS2 too many times. Pay attention to Raiden's voice. It's crazy how people miss this because once you notice it, it's like so obvious. But Raiden's voice is very different for the first few minutes of the plant chapter, and it's while he has the code name of Snake. Once the Colonel changes his code name from Snake to Raiden, his voice changes. While he has the code name Snake, he is impersonating Snake. It's like he's doing a Snake impression. He sounds kind of confident. He sounds like he's on the same wavelength as the Colonel. Just the way he responds to the Colonel, the rapport, I guess you could say, between them. That all changes once he changes his code name from Snake to Raiden. Then he becomes the on-edge rookie Raiden that we all know. You know, the turned up to 11 kind of hyper anxiety, the Raiden that we all know. But yeah, it's a really interesting detail. As soon as he changes his code name, it's like a switch flicks and his whole personality changes. Also, the first line of dialogue you hear after he changes his code name feels significant. He says, "All right, Raiden, you've covered infiltration in VR training," and he says, "I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary." So his very next line is, "I feel like Snake," basically. Another little detail to take note of is the Colonel's dialogue. The Colonel has a line of dialogue that's supposed to give an early hint that the Colonel is not the Colonel, that the Colonel is an AI. The Colonel is an AI right from the beginning of the plant chapter. The real Colonel, Roy Campbell, is not in this game. And there are some early hints to suggest that that's the case. One of those is when he says the line to Raiden, "When we need to reach you," and then he stops himself and he says, "Contact you, the codec will beep." He's fucking up his dialogue. He's fucking up the script, the lines from MGS1. In MGS1, at the very beginning of the game, at the dock, the Colonel says to Snake, "When we need to contact you, the codec will beep." And he's about to say in this, "When we need to reach you, the codec will beep." But he stops himself. It feels very weird the first time you hear it. You're not really sure what's going on. Like, what's with that weird pause? But you probably don't really think too hard about it, and you just continue and you forget that it ever happened. But yeah, really just a cool little early hint that the Colonel is not the real Colonel. Yeah, another detail that I think is interesting as well is that the last image you see of Snake at the end of the tanker sequence is him being submerged underneath the water. And the first image you see of Raiden is Raiden emerging from under the water. I would imagine that was by design. You know, you see the death of Snake, so we're told. And then we're seeing the death of one character and the birth of another character. Maybe not literally, but yeah, in some sense. Any other little details? Another thing, yeah, that I find interesting is that the game begins in the early morning. You know, like the sun is just about to come up, but it hasn't risen just yet. Like it's still quite dark. You know, the opening shots on the plant, it's still quite dark. But then when we rise up in the elevator later on, the sun has fully risen. And again, I think that's just a little detail that's supposed to tie in with the reveal of Raiden. While it's dark, he's still masked, and not everything has been fully revealed. He's still pretending to be someone that he's not. But once we get the full reveal of Raiden, it coincides with the sun coming up. You know, as if everything has been revealed. It's all been illuminated by the sun. Kojima does some similar things later on with the death of Emma. Emma's death coincides with the sun setting. That her life is symbolized by the sun, and then she dies when the sun finally sets. Anything else? Any other little details? I don't think so. Well, there's loads of details, but we'll get to those once we get into the gameplay. I just think some of those are worth bringing up just so you can catch them while they're happening. If I bring them up later on after the scene is finished, you're like, hey, I need to watch that again now so I can pick up on it. But yeah, let's do it. There's loads of stuff to go over at the start of the plant sequence. It's one of my favorite parts of the whole series, Raiden's introduction. All right, let's do it.
Snake, do you remember the sinking of that tanker 2 years ago?
Of course.
Terrorists blow a hole in an oil tanker full of crude barely 20 miles off the shore of Manhattan. Your classic nightmare. It didn't take long for the government to put an oil fence around the whole mess. And then that massive offshore cleanup facility went up inside.
The big shell. I hear the cleanup isn't quite over yet.
It takes time. But in the meantime, the shell's become a landmark, a symbol of environmental protection.
Calling teams Alpha and Bravo. Deploy at the big shell as scheduled.
Approximately 6 hours ago, the big shell was seized by an armed group.
Do we have an ID?
Former members of the Navy SEAL Special Anti-Terrorist Training Squad Dead Cell. Russian private army members may also be involved. It's a highly trained group, and they have the big shell under complete control.
Come in from downwind and pull up fast. Get ready to fast rope down to Shell 1. 5 minutes to ETA. Also, your top priority is to rescue and safeguard the President. Team Bravo, watch out for Stillman's back and get those C4s disarmed.
What are their demands?
$30 billion.
$30 billion? What makes them think they can get that much?
There was a government-sponsored tour going on at the big shell that day.
Hostages, huh?
A VIP from one of the major conservation groups, and one from our own government. The most important person in a sense.
The most important person?
James Johnson.
The president?
Unless the demands are met, the terrorists intend to blow the big shell out of the water.
And the crude will ignite, turning the Manhattan Harbor into an inferno.
That's not the worst-case scenario. If the chlorides being used to decontaminate the seawater go up with the oil, toxins containing catastrophic levels of dioxins will be released. In other words, the bay's ecosystem will be wiped out, and the sea will turn into a toxic soup for centuries, becoming the worst environmental disaster in history. You have 2 mission objectives. 1, infiltrate the offshore decontamination facility Big Shell and safeguard the president and other hostages. And 2, disarm the terrorists by any means necessary. You SEAL Team 10 is also conducting a rescue operation.
Is this a joint effort?
No. Foxhound remains a covert body. Don't alert them to your presence. That is an order.
This is Snake. I'm now inside Strut A of Shell 1.
How are things?
We're in luck. Looks like there are no sentries posted here.
What's the visibility?
The lights on the plant struts are functioning. I won't have to use the IR goggles.
Any problems?
There was a brand new hole cut through the oil fence. There's someone else besides me that wanted to get in badly.
That's not possible.
What about SEAL Team 10?
They landed on the roof of the big shell as planned. And by the way, Snake, we're changing your code name for all following communication.
What's wrong with Snake?
Just a precaution. You are now designated Raiden. All right, Raiden. You've already covered infiltration and VR training.
I've completed 300 missions in VR. I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary.
Okay, we'll skip that part. Make sure nobody sees you. If you need to, contact me by codec. The frequency is 140.85. When you want to use the codec, push the select button. When we need to reach you, contact you, the codec will beep. When you hear that noise, press the select button. The codec's receiver directly stimulates the small bones of your ear. No one but you will be able to hear it.
All right. I'll contact you if anything changes.
First, make your way to the upper section of the big shell.
How do I get up to the next level?
There's an elevator at the far end of that area. Use that.
Sounds good.
Your new sneaking suit uses electrofiber technology, a byproduct of fiber optics research. The texture isn't far removed from rubber, but the material protects against a wide range of toxic substances. The suit itself has a wide array of built-in sensors. It is referred to as smart skin in military R&D. Data about damage to different regions of the body, including blood loss, is exchanged between the suit and the intravenous nanomachines to create a feedback system.
There's a lot of pressure on my torso.
Relax. The suit applies varying pressure to major internal organs to maximize performance and safeguard their functions. They call this the skull suit in Foxhound.
Skull suit seems appropriate somehow.
The hatch with a circular handle will open into the elevator area. Locate the hatch first.
Copy that. Moving on to main mission objectives.
All right. Well, there we go. If it wasn't because the game is trying to make a hint about the kernel AI, I'd say the mistake sounds more human than AI, like a person reading or recalling a script, messing up and correcting on the fly. Yeah, well, like I think that's what he's doing. You know, it's obviously GW is a pretty advanced AI, obviously. But yeah, there are many things in the game that point to the idea that we never speak to the real Colonel. You know, like later on, Raiden says that he's never seen his face. Rose was blindfolded when she was brought here. Yeah, it's an early hint that the Colonel is not the real Colonel. Well, I guess it's more than that. You know, it's also alluding to the whole simulation narrative, the fact that it's a piece of MGS1 dialogue, and all of this is a recreation of MGS1. But I guess then you could ask, if this is such an advanced AI, what's going on there? How come we're seeing some kind of bug? And it's interesting as well that it's bugging out right at the beginning of this simulation. Like, it's already fucking up. You know, this whole project hasn't even started and it's making errors. It's making little basic script errors. Is there an in-universe reason for that? Was that written just as a little hint for the player, or is there supposed to be an in-universe explanation for why he would be fucking up like that? You could say it's because Snake is here, and Snake isn't supposed to be a part of the simulation. But there are other things that point to him being an intentional part of the simulation, so... But yeah, could be that. If you believe that he isn't supposed to be a part of the simulation. Where is the real Colonel? Who knows? Just fucking chilling, watching TV, eating dinner. You know, it's just the game only takes place over the course of 2 days. April 29th, the morning of April 30th. Who knows what he's doing? Hey, how's it going, Dave? Womanizing? Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised. There's a cool detail here. Look, there's Fat Man's bomb. This is the final bomb that triggers after all the other ones are deactivated. Remember with the bomb disposal sequence, we have to deactivate all the bombs, and that triggers this bomb to go active. That's why we're not seeing a light on it. You know how all the bombs are have blinking green lights? This one doesn't, and that's because it's not activated yet. When we go up to the top of Strut A later on, we'll see another one of Fat Man's bombs, and that one will have a blinking light. Up in the very next area, up at the roof.
Got your feet wet? These are the basic controls for swimming.
When you're on the surface, you can swim in corresponding directions using the up, down, left, and right movement of the left stick.
Push the punch button to dive down from the surface.
So the Colonel's voice there, you might be thinking, oh, is that another hint that the Colonel is an AI? What's up with that voice change? No, that was not in the original game. That is re-recorded dialogue for the HD collection. Whenever the Colonel mentions specific controls, tutorials, that's where you get re-recorded dialogue. And I think it's because they didn't have like the licenses to mention, you know, because in the original versions of the game they mention like the names of official PlayStation controllers and stuff like that. So I think they had to change the dialogue for that. Some of Zero's dialogue is re-recorded in MGS3 as well.
Stroke the water and move forward by pushing the punch button. Push it in rapid succession to swim faster.
Change your heading with the left stick. Up will take you up, down takes you lower, left and right to face those directions.
The O2 gauge will appear under your life gauge while you're underwater. The gauge corresponds to the amount of air you can hold from a single deep breath. Once the O2 gauge falls to 0, the life gauge will start to drop. You need to be aware of that.
So yeah, again, once he starts talking about pointing up and down, we get some thermals here. It's jarring. Yeah, to me, it's kind of like a happy accident. It fits with the character, I think. You know, and you only ever hear it in a few calls, just for tutorial calls. Like, you won't be hearing it all the time or anything like that. Just for those very specific tutorial calls where controls are mentioned. Alright, we get our thermals. And now let's take another look around here. Over here we can get a shaver. Oh yeah, someone said, what happens if you shoot the bomb? I can't, I have no weapons. And it's impossible to find a lethal handgun in this area. If you're playing on a lower difficulty, you can find a tranquilizer gun here. But I don't think you can ever find a lethal weapon here. You don't get your first lethal pistol until you meet Snake. Pliskin gives it to you.
Raiden, you should be used to the controls by now. Proceed with your mission. The clock is ticking. Get on the elevator on the far side of this area and get to the upper section of the big shell.
Fuck off, man. Leave me alone. I always find that call to be kind of interesting. You know, just calling you. If you spend too much time in this area, he calls you to tell you to hurry up. You know, it's just interesting to contrast with the start of the tanker. You know, Otacon never calls you and tells you to hurry up and get inside the tanker because you have to get these pictures of Rey. So it doesn't just seem like, you know, so it doesn't seem like it's the developers saying, you know, come on, get a move on. If it was just the developers trying to backseat you, why didn't they do it earlier? Why didn't they do it on the tanker? Again, it just, yeah, obviously you feel like a real puppet while you're playing as Raiden. You're so beneath all the other characters. The Colonel, Rose. Raiden is quite a clueless character. And I guess it just makes you reflect on Snake and Otacon, and you know, you're bros with Otacon. You're both, you know, you're a team. You are not a team with the Colonel. I guess you're supposed to be, but you're really just a puppet.
Colonel, there's a gym suit.
Looks like a high barometric pressure diving suit. By maintaining barometric pressure within the suit, it should allow its wearer to carry out work at sea depths of as much as 300 meters. But it doesn't look even remotely usable. It's a very old model.
Yeah, and it's rusted all over. It doesn't even look like it's been used.
Raiden, that diving suit doesn't look like it works. Forget about it and return to your duties.
Right, so here we have this suit. Rusted all over. It doesn't even look like it's been used. Interesting. Someone said anything possibly to do with the new player experience if they're just starting up and playing the plant for the first time. Well, like there are certain things that change depending on whether you start with the plant first or not, but that's not one of them. At least I don't think. Maybe if you do plant only, you never get that call. But even still, why would you get that call if you have played the tanker? What would be the logic there? But yeah, no, I think that call triggers regardless. The dialogue after the Colonel changes your name from Snake to Raiden, that dialogue changes depending on whether you've played the tanker first or not. When he says, all right, Raiden, you've already covered infiltration and VR training. If you haven't played the tanker, he'll say, all right, Raiden, this is your first infiltration mission. He won't mention having already done VR training. So I guess that makes you think, oh, well, yeah, because I've already played the tanker. I'm already used to the game. You know, we're already used to the mission. We've just played the tanker. And then we find out that Raiden, as a character in the world of the game, has also experienced the tanker in VR. And that's whether you have done the tanker or not. So that's a part of his character regardless. At least I think, anyway. Maybe I'm wrong. But I'm pretty sure later on Raiden will say that he's experienced the tanker in VR when he's talking to Snake and Otacon. The post-president scene. I could be wrong there, actually. But yeah, either way, it's interesting. Let's go over and look at this submarine. I should do a plant-only playthrough sometime again. Just to go over all the differences.
Raiden, over there is the submarine for deep-sea dives. It is apparently used in repairing submerged areas of the Big Shell and for studying deep-sea ecosystems and changes in water quality. It can dive to depths of around 500 meters at a maximum speed of roughly 3 knots. In addition to its normal water-resistant lighting, it is also outfitted with lighting resistant to muddy water. I doubt that you'll get it to work, though. That submarine is not operational. It doesn't pose any threat. Forget about it and return to your duties.
So once again, kind of like the suits, almost being presented as some kind of prop, not for use. Let's take a look at the bugs, shall we? Surely these bugs are real. Nothing strange about these bugs.
Look at all these bugs. The seawater is polluted with crude oil, and yet they can still survive.
It's an altered bug that can resolve crude oil.
Altered?
Yes, through genetic engineering. It was created in the lab to combat frequent oil spills. It doesn't exist naturally. The bug is genetically altered with DNA from a bacteria called Pseudomonas, which can decompose crude oil. It has an enzyme in its body that can break up oil, and was modified so it instinctively consumes any crude oil that it absorbs. One of the reasons the Big Shell has little oil pollution is because of this bug. It also helps in reducing costs and the number of spill maintenance workers. It's a form of bioremediation. It's for the most part innocuous, so no need to be worried. Those bugs have ravenous appetites. Be careful that they don't end up eating your rations. Shake your equipment to protect the items from sea lice.
Okay, so if we crawl on the lice here. Now you can see them crawling all over Raiden's body. Nasty. And now when we go into our items, genetically engineered bugs for oil spill accident. Eats and decomposes oil. Rations are their favorite as well. And what did he say? How do we get this stuff out of our equipment? He said we have to shake our equipment. Notice how it moved there, how the image moved. So to shake your equipment, you just have to do that. Just move it quickly. And that gets rid of the lice. Kind of reminiscent of Metal Gear 2 and all the weird mechanics in that game related to your rations and your food and the snake in particular, you know, the snake that you can get that eats all your rations. Okay, let's check the lockers here. Nothing. Kind of interesting. 3 lockers and 3 guards up in the next area. Almost as if the lockers were put here specifically for those guards. If you want to play it really safe. But yeah, someone was mentioning in the chat there the twist. You know how Raiden, this reveal of Raiden was a huge twist. The game was, in the trailers they never showed that Raiden was a thing. Everyone thought you were going to be playing as Snake. And I think the start, Raiden having the code name of Snake and having that taken from him I think that's kind of what they're getting at with that scene. That Raiden stands in for the player and has Snake removed from him. You know, like Raiden believes himself to be role-playing as Snake, playing the Snake character. You know, I feel like some kind of legendary mercenary. His first line. The VR-trained soldier who has experienced everything the player has experienced, who talks all about his Shadow Moses training, his tanker VR training. So yeah, I think that's a part of the reasoning anyway behind why why Raiden has that code name of Snake at the beginning. Just, yeah, putting the player once again into Raiden's shoes, or Raiden into the player's shoes. Metal Gear 2, Guns of Patriots. This is something that they added to the HD collection. This was not in the original game. The text here. No idea what's going on with this, if this was just something silly that Bluepoint added, or it's quite weird. Well, I think Raiden doesn't just symbolize the player. That is part of his character. That's one side of the coin. But he is still his own character within the world of the game. But he's denying that part of himself for the majority of the game. Rose is like that one reminder of his real self throughout the game. But yeah, you know, once we get to Arsenal Gear, we find out, no, he's actually not a VR-trained soldier. He isn't just this person who has experienced MGS1 and the tanker and all the stuff that the player has done in VR. He has his own dark history of being a child soldier. All that stuff that he's repressing. Oh, I forgot you can hear the doors there as well. Actually, before I open that door.
Raiden, that door is watertight.
Yeah, I know how to open it. We covered it in VR training.
True. Proceed with caution.
There's a character in City of Glass that also refuses to acknowledge his past and pretends to be fictional characters. I've been meaning to read City of Glass for a while. Yeah, that had a big influence on this game. Peter Stillman is named after a character in City of Glass.
Raiden, first get to the upper section of the big shell. Take the elevator in the north end of the area. To get to the elevator area, go through the connecting passageway to the north. The passage is behind a watertight hatch. It should look like a door with a circular handle. You're currently using artificial blood primed with nanomachines.
What did you do with my own blood?
It's being kept in cold storage. It will be circulated back into your body when you return. If the life gauge drops to the red zone, you won't be able to stop the bleeding by yourself. Bloodstains can give your presence away to the enemy. Be careful. To stop the flow, select a bandage from among your items. You can also go into a crouch or crawl and stay completely still for a while. All you have to do is stop moving for a duration of time, and your nanomachines will arrange for platelets to be produced in large numbers. The bleeding will stop as a result.
Quite a disturbing detail. Raiden doesn't even know that his blood has been taken from him. What was happening just before this mission began? Where were you 5 hours ago, Raiden. Yeah, it's interesting, you know, you don't get your classic briefing like you do in MGS1. Where Snake is clearly in a room with the Colonel and Naomi. We're just thrown straight into the mission. No briefing. Of course, and then MGS3, you get your... You see those briefing scenes with Snake and Zero in the same room, in the plane. But with Raiden, you're alienated right from the beginning.
Turn the handle to open the door. Face the door and press down on the action button, and the handle will turn. Punch the...
Yeah.
The punch is the basis of hand-to-hand combat. Push the punch button. Hit it repeatedly to do a combo and take out the enemy. Unlike in VR training, you can fight in first-person view also. Use that to your advantage.
Why doesn't Raiden get some kind of Fox Die bullshit too? Well, he does in a way. He gets a computer virus that's modeled after Fox Die. He gets the digital Fox Die.
Move in close to the enemy when you have no weapon selected. You can throw him with the weapon button. The throw inflicts greater damage than the punch. Keep that in mind. Move in behind the enemy and push the weapon button without touching the left stick.
Okay.
Raiden, push the R2 or L2 button while in first-person view. Once you see the codec screen, Raiden, when you're flattened against a corner, you have the ability to survey the scene behind you while staying concealed. This is called the corner view. Use it to find an opening in their surveillance and move ahead undiscovered. Strafing is allowed, unlike in VR training. Peek by using the L2 and R2 buttons, and make jump-out shots with the weapon button. Take advantage of the different options. Flatten yourself against the wall and push the punch button to knock and create a diversion. You can trick the enemy into coming over to investigate. Deception should be one of your strong points. Or is that only if the other party is a beautiful woman?
So, that's an interesting call. You're seeing the Colonel again repeat MGS1 dialogue from the same tutorial in MGS1, where they teach you about luring the enemy. But in MGS1, Naomi butts in, and she says, "You're good at tricking people, aren't you, Snake?" And Snake responds, "Only a beautiful woman such as yourself." And in MGS1, I think it's an early indication that there's something up with Naomi. You know, because she comes in and her tone is like very vicious for the first time. And I think it's like an early indication that, you know, Naomi has ulterior motives. And I used to think that this call was a reworking of that dialogue, but to suggest something about Raiden and his relationship with Rose. But now I'm more inclined to believe what DRK believes about the dialogue, that it's just the Colonel taking the dialogue where he doesn't really have context for it. Similar to what happens later on when the Colonel talks about the ninja and says, "No, we have no one like that in our unit." Even though Raiden doesn't question him about it at all. You know, the Raiden isn't even questioning him about the ninja and whether it's a part of Foxhound, but he denies it anyway. You know, he's just again, he's taking the MGS1 data and speaking dialogue that doesn't make sense. But yeah, I also part of me still wonders if it is supposed to be like, if it is supposed to relate to his relationship with Rose in some way, and the life that he's hiding from Rose. But yeah, either way, it's interesting.
Colonel, I've sighted an enemy sentry. AN-94 and a Makarov. Those grenades, all his equipment, is Russian-made.
Must be a Gerlukovich man.
Gerlukovich?
A Russian private army that was in line to work with the Shadow Moses takeover group 4 years ago.
What's their stake in this one?
They must have made a deal, an arrangement with the terrorists. They've become a band of mercenaries, an army without a country.
Colonel, there's definitely another intruder in here besides me.
That's not a possibility.
Not a team. Looks like a solo job.
One man.
We may not know who he is, but he managed to take care of every sentry in the area. They're all out cold. Whoever he is, he's got some skills.
We need to get an ID. But for now, you can take advantage of the situation and get to work. There's a terminal in front of the elevator. A node.
Did you say nerd?
Not nerd. Node.
Oh.
Use the node to gain access to the Big Shell's facilities network.
Then what?
Pull up the map of the structure. That'll let you activate the Soliton radar.
The Soliton radar? True. That radar came in useful during VR training.
A radar system uses biological magnetic fields as input. These estimated enemy positions are projected onto a map according to reference points collected via GPS signals and field personnel reports. We need to get to the map through the Big Shell's node to put this data processing to practical use. The node unit is about 3 feet high, should be colored blue. Each area has at least one.
How do I gain access?
Just push the action button in front of the node. The nanomachines in your body will take care of the security clearance and allow you access to the node. Complete the procedure before those sentries gain consciousness. If they spot you, you won't be able to gain access for a while. Stay on guard.
Got it.
Okay, before we do anything, let's call the Colonel again.
Colonel, I remember this place.
Of course you do. This is level 1 from the VR missions.
You're right. I see it now.
You may not have field experience, but you've been trained in the hyper-reality of simulated combat. Don't give in to fear. Just do as you were trained and everything will be all right.
So, this is level 1 from the VR missions. It's obviously quite similar to the dock again in MGS1, with the elevator at the back of the room, the forklift next to the elevator, just like the forklift in MGS1. But it is also similar to level 1 of VR missions. where you start off at the bottom left of the screen, and then you have this obstruction right next to you, and then if you go up, you have a little slot to hide in here. Remember, there's a genome soldier up there that patrols down, and once you go all the way up and turn right, you have the goal at the far right, just like where the node is. And just like the node, the goal in VR missions is colored blue. So it's not exactly like level 1 from the VR missions. It's actually very easy to miss how similar it is to level 1 of the VR missions because of the rest of the environment. You know, you don't have all this shit in VR missions, in level 1 of VR missions. You don't have an elevator at the back of the room. So you're seeing like a whole mesh of things here, so it's actually easy to miss what's here. But yeah, this part in particular is very reminiscent of level 1 of the VR missions. Right where you start, the obstruction, the little slot here to hide, very, very similar. And then the goal being at the top right of both levels, and the color being the same as well. I'd imagine that's intentional. So yeah, we're seeing a mesh of things. The dock of MGS1, level 1 of the VR missions, and then some other shit that's just completely different, completely new.
Raiden, you won't be able to use any of the enemy's equipment.
Why not?
You should know that all active weapons are equipped with a personal identification system. The owner enters their required user ID information during the weapon registration or at the start of a mission. If anyone other than the registered user tries to fire the weapon, the ID system will not authorize the action.
But these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality?
They must have been customized by the terrorists themselves. These are professionals we're dealing with, and they certainly won't let their own equipment be used against them.
I'm guessing it's the same for the Navy SEALs gear?
Right.
How am I supposed to procure weapons then?
Find the ones that haven't yet been individualized. Everything you find in the item box is clean. You should know this from your VR training.
Okay, I know those.
Items in the item box are yours to use at will. They will be your supply source with regards to weaponry and gear.
So here, I like to think that the Colonel is lying to Raiden here, and that he can use the weapons. That Raiden is trying to use real-life logic, and the Colonel is forcing him to use video game logic. You know, because this is supposed to represent MGS1. In MGS1, you couldn't take the enemy's weapons. You had to find weapons that were laid out in specific areas of the map. And obviously a lot of this has been designed specifically for Raiden as a test. You know, the environments have been set up in a certain way specifically for Raiden. And I think weapons have also been laid out in specific places just for Raiden, to mirror the OSP of the Shadow Moses incident. Another interesting thing is the first character we see when we enter here going up the elevator is Snake. At the beginning of MGS1, you also see a character go up the elevator before you get on the elevator. And who is it? It's another Snake. It's Liquid. And in this game, at the beginning, we're told that Solid Snake is now the bad guy. That Solid Snake is the terrorist leader. Well, we just saw Solid Snake rise up the elevator with his back turned to us in an ominous way. Another little detail is the other intruder besides me, Gray Fox. You know, at the start of MGS1, when you're entering the facility for the first time and you find out that there's someone else besides you. Well, we're also seeing that here. He's already taken out 3 people, and Snake has already taken out 3 people. So we're seeing Snake fill multiple roles here. He's standing in for Liquid Snake, but he's also standing in for Gray Fox as like the wild card, unexpected person in the that's here. Obviously, Snake was the person who allowed us into the facility in the first place. He was the one who cut the hole in the fence. But yeah, once again, just going back to these lockers here. Were these lockers here? Were these set up specifically for Raiden because of those 3 guards? I don't know. That is another thing to consider. Like, we're constantly told by the Colonel that Pliskin is an unintended part of the simulation. Don't trust that man. He's not supposed to be here. But what if he is just filling Grey Fox's role as the person who isn't supposed to be a part of the simulation? You know, the Shadow Moses incident was also a complex operation that was designed to go down a certain way. Snake was supposed to go in there with Foxdie and take out these guys, and it was all planned in advance, and it was all supposed to happen in a certain way. But Grey Fox was the person nobody expected to be, you know, Grey Fox was the wild card that nobody knew about, that none of the higher-ups knew about. And that's further backed up if you read In the Darkness of Shadow Moses, and when Nastasha finds out about Grey Fox, and then Ames finds out about Grey Fox, Ames is like, wait, what's going on here? This person isn't supposed to be a part of this operation. So maybe the Colonel telling us that Snake isn't a part of the simulation is just just another part of the simulation. Because that's what's, you know, because he's the Grey Fox stand-in. He's not supposed to be here. But he is supposed to be here, just as the character that isn't supposed to be here. It is interesting, though, right? Because you do see Snake fill these roles. You know? Like, he's there. He's filling the role of Liquid Snake. He's the other intruder that's taken out 3 people. When we meet him later, he'll have Master Miller's codec frequency. Is all of that a coincidence? Okay, so there's a couple of Easter eggs here. We put in Kajimbo's name. We can get his details. For some reason, you can't enter the year on the HD collection. You could in the original game. You can also type in Shinkawa's name. To the 25th. And I think you can type in other names, but you have to type them in during certain days or something like that. I remember, I need to ask Bad Humans about this again. Okay, what name are we going to put on the tags? AJ, a Panese man? I think we've done that before, but yeah, we could do that again. Fuck it, yeah. Okay, perfect. Perfect.
Good work, Raiden.
The radar should be functioning now?
Remember your VR training sessions. The tool is exactly the same one. It maps the terrain as well as the position of enemy personnel. The bright dot in the middle is you, Raiden. The red dots are your enemies, and the blue cone shape represents their field of vision. Your radar isn't affected by the weather, but if you're discovered by an enemy, you won't be able to use it. It gets jammed easily, I'm afraid. It's all made from currently existing technology. You won't be able to use it in an area with strong harmonic resonance, so be careful. The Big Shell's layout map should now be available after touching the Start button.
How do I save the mission data?
I've set aside a proprietary frequency for saves, and an analyst to work on the data too.
Jack, is everything all right?
What are you doing here?
Jack, can you hear me?
Rose, you're not supposed to be involved. What's going on?
Jack, I'm a part of this mission.
Colonel, what the hell is going on?
Raiden, meet the mission analyst. She'll be overseeing the data saving and support.
Why her?
The Foxhound analyst that was supposed to take part in this mission was in an accident. Rosemary was brought in as a replacement.
An accident?
And according to the files, she knows you better than anybody else.
Rose may be in the service, but an intelligence analyst is no field officer.
Not to worry. She has our technical staff at her disposal.
She's never been a part of a field mission. This is insane.
I have my own reasons for selecting her for this mission, soldier.
Colonel, I fail to see...
I know your VR training performance in and out, but sometimes that's not enough. You're familiar with the Shadow Moses incident?
You know I covered it in VR.
If there's a crucial tactical detail that case taught us, it was the power of the operative's will to survive.
I was trained to fight. My personal feelings have no place in a mission.
We've learned that it doesn't work that way. And on the field, you need all the help you can get.
Jack, you're stuck with me whether you like it or not.
Rose.
You need someone to watch your back. But I have conditions that need to be met, Colonel.
What is it?
I'll perform my duties and save that mission data, but I'm aware that technically I'm not part of the mission control team. After all, I'm just a normal girl who's worried about Jack. But that means, Colonel, that I am not required to follow your orders outside of my immediate duties. Jack is not simply a field personnel for me to track. His safety comes first to me, not the mission. And because of that, I will be monitoring and keeping a record of every communication you have with him, Colonel.
Given the circumstances, you're free to do what you see fit.
Hey, I prefer this to being kept in the dark waiting.
I'd like to make a request, if I may.
Of course.
His handle is Raiden. For the duration of the mission, could you call him that?
Yes, sir. All right, Raiden. Let me know when you're ready to turn in a save. The proprietary save frequency is 140.96. I just switched frequencies. Jack?
What?
Do you know what day it is tomorrow?
April 30th. Is there something special about it?
Isn't there?
I can't remember. I'm sorry.
Oh well. I'll keep trying till I hear the answer. I'm gonna let you go now, Jack. Take care.
Alright, let's quickly get down to this guy.
Raiden, the enemy sentry is regaining consciousness.
Be careful, Jack.
Find somewhere to hide until the elevator arrives. You must stay out of sight.
I'm under enemy fire. Secure the
Bang! Hey! Oh, we're not on European Extreme. He won't fucking see the guy. That was silly of me.
It's the enemy. I need help.
Nobody move. Oh, shit! Nobody move. What is he saying? Something, release the hostage? Wow, they didn't wait for a second. Woo!
Raiden, what's wrong? Raiden!
Well, that's okay, because now we can talk about the mission failed screen. Obviously, the screen is noticeably different from the tanker. You don't get the classic game over screen. In MGS1, you know, you get the iconic game over logo, along with the music, the iconic theme. And then on the tanker, you just get an exact replication of that classic MGS1 game over screen. But then once we get to the plant, we get this crazy shit. It doesn't say game over, it says mission failed, which is interesting in itself. But we also get all these crazy numbers and letters, this code. So the idea here is that this screen is like a part of GW, the AI. And this is like Raiden's performance evaluation and the stuff that's just analyzing Raiden. Underneath continue and exit, the first thing we see is arm strength. Arm strength 0. That's because I haven't leveled up my grip gauge. Prudence 15. It's interesting as well because this counts your tanker data. 15 saves, including the tanker. Ammo used, 147. Which I guess also is counting the tanker, because I haven't used any ammo. Alert number, 4. Yeah. And NUET is the amount of kills. Neutralizations. Neutralize. 10 kills. Damage amount, 355. I think that's the amount of damage that I have taken. And then the rest of those are camera coordinates. Camera position X, camera position Y, camera position Z. What cameras these are talking about? I don't know, like the nearest cameras? There are no cameras in this room. Area move, that's the amount of times that I've moved between areas. So 129. Which seems a little bit excessive. 129 times already? $129? Maybe there's something I'm not understanding about this. Maybe every time you move, you get, like, multiple numbers? Below that is vanished point, and that's the code for the area that you're currently in. W11A. And sometimes you can actually find those codes written inside the environments themselves. I'm not sure if you can find W11A inside this area, but I'll show off some areas later on where you can actually see the codes written inside the environments. But yeah, this is why this screen goes crazy at the end of the game. You know, you insert the virus into GW and the kernel starts to go crazy because the kernel is a part of GW. And this screen goes crazy and it appears even though you're not dead and it says fission mailed. Again, that's just the virus affecting GW. This thing is a part of GW. And I always forget what the other ones mean. Oni Komodo YK, that's an anagram for Konami Tokyo. But I think Onikamoto is also like another separate place as well. The mission failed thing is interesting because MGS1 says game over, the tanker says game over, but there is a game that released in between MGS1 and 2 called MGS VR Missions, and when you fail in VR Missions, it doesn't say game over, it says mission failed. And obviously VR is a big part of the Plant's story, Raiden's character. So, again, there to make you question, oh, what's going on here? Is this all just a VR mission, or is it just there to highlight that reality has become indistinguishable from unreality? Yeah, another interesting detail is the codec, the subtle difference in the codec screen. Looks like a pistol. The signal bars. On the tanker, it doesn't look like that. It looks just like the codec in MGS1, where it's shaped more naturally, where it's just like a rolling natural curve. But here it looks chopped up to look like a pistol. It feels particularly suitable when you get to the end of the game, where you like really do feel like a hostage to the Colonel's demands. Bum. Are you waking up already? What the hell? Oh my god, man.
It's the enemy.
Don't even think about it.
Answer me, you better not be asleep.
I forgot about that one.
Return to your positions. Stay sharp.
Who's there?
Oh, who's there?
Huh? I'm under attack.
I don't have a brother.
The terrorists call themselves Sons of Liberty.
Sons of Liberty?
The name of their leader is Solid Snake.
The hero of Shadow Moses? So that's why you changed my code name.
Right, but he can't be the Solid Snake. He died 2 years ago on that tanker after he blew it sky high.
Could he have survived?
Not a chance.
Colonel, I'm on the roof. There are no sentries, but it would only take one to spot me in this light.
You never had daylight VR training after all. Stay extra sharp until you can find a node to log in from.
What about the commandos?
SEAL Team 10 has landed on struts B and C.
And the President?
Seems he was spotted on strut B.
Strut B?
The big shell is comprised of shells 1 and 2. Each unit consists of a central core and 6 struts surrounding it.
So the whole thing is shaped like 2 hexagons connected end on end.
Exactly. And you're on the roof of strut A, shell 1 at the moment. First, get to a node. Log into the network.
Got it.
love it. I love the atmosphere of that scene when he's just rising up in the elevator. The light, the visuals, just this surreal feel to it, like everything's being turned on its head. A little detail about daylight VR training as well, because of course when we rise up in the elevator at the beginning of MGS1, it's pitch black. The whole game takes place at night. Apart from the very end, the final cutscene. But yeah, again, obviously alluding to Raiden's VR training, the player's experiences, what we've experienced before this. And the sun is up. Is there anyone supervising GW to make sure it goes as planned? Yeah, you do have like high-ranking members, like real people below the AIs. Like Ocelot. Ames believes himself to be Patriot tier when he's really just another puppet, but... Ocelot thinks he knows everything about the simulation. You get that interesting line at the end of the game when the AI is talking to you and they're like, Ocelot was not told the whole truth, to say the least, about the Solid Snake simulation, that it's not really the Solid Snake simulation. That it's, you know, it's more of a system to control society and human thought and behavior rather than a project to create the ultimate soldier. Here we can see another bomb. As we can see, the light on this one is blinking, unlike the one down below. Aren't they so pretty? Come on, one more. You missed a spot. That bottom left corner is looking very open. Remember Kojima talking on Twitter a while back how they would, during the development of MGS2, they would go out and collect bird shit to bring back to the office. They'd like scrape bird shit off people's cars out in the car park in the Konami offices, just to make sure they were getting the details just right. Yeah, he brought it up just because of, you know, how easy it is to get stuff online these days. You know, you can just go up and get an image of something on Google. But back in these days, you know, you had to go out and get your own bird shit and... No, I'm not joking. He was posting about this fairly recently. Actually, maybe he didn't. Maybe they did just take pictures of it. Maybe they didn't scrape off the bird shit to bring back up to the offices. Although I think they did. You know, maybe there are certain things a picture just can't capture. You know, you need to get a real sense of the texture. No, maybe they went out and took photographs though. Maybe I'm wrong. Although I thought he did. I thought he said that they actually brought the shit back with them. Maybe someone can find the tweet. Okay, let's get back to work. Unfortunately, you can't see the shit on the model, only on the camera. That would be amazing if it actually stayed on the model. And stayed there during cutscenes. Shala with the 18 months. Thank you.
Raiden, look at that wire fence. You may be able to crawl through it.
Crouch down using the crawl button. Then push the left stick in the direction you want to move. Push the crawl button again to stand up.
You can use weapons even while crawling. This is different from VR training, so you keep that in mind.
Okay, I found the tweet. Today people search Google for everything. For example, for the rain in MGS2, the staff used a handycam during a typhoon to take reference images. The seabird droppings on the lens were made by shooting and collecting bird droppings on the windshield of a car. So yeah, they took images, but they also collected the droppings themselves. There you go. If we look down at this hole in the fence and call the colonel again, we can get some extra information.
Colonel, don't you think it's strange that the fence is missing this spot right here?
Yes, I do.
You don't think that he got away?
It's possible. Be on the alert.
Roger that.
So yeah, again, it seems that it was Snake that cut open the fence here, which makes sense. We saw a similar hole during the opening cutscene. Snake cut a hole in that fence, so it makes sense that this is also his handiwork. We saw him go up the elevator as well, so it all checks out. We have doors here, but we can't go through. Something I really like here is as soon as we go into the next area, a guy comes up here to open the doors. But you can wait here forever. He'll never come up. You have to go in for him to come up here. So they almost seem to be like toying with this idea of the simulation.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 is in.
Do we really have no line of communication with the SEALs?
They don't know a thing about us. You know we work in the dark, and this mission is no exception. Only a few people know about your presence here. There's no need for concern. This operation is under Pentagon's direct command, and the NSDD came from the Vice President and the Secretary of Defense. Your mission may be top secret, but it's gone through the usual channels.
A holy mother of retardation. Imagine not making a shit-like mix with things you find in the kitchen. Imagine being sent to take pictures of shit and pick up shit. God, I'd hate to work with Kajimballs. But if you just made up your own shit-like mix, it probably wouldn't look like real shit. You know? honestly, I think it was worth it. You know, the shit really does look like real shit in this. Which I think does have a greater effect than if it didn't really look like shit. Like, you have to give them credit. The shit really looks like real shit. Even the way it looks there on the ground, you know? But especially the way it looks on the lens. You know? If it was just some random-ass shit mix that they came up with that didn't really look like shit, sure, it would probably be kind of nasty, but it wouldn't be really fucking nasty. The way, you know... The way that it is when it just, you know, that it feels real, you know? It's the, you know, the attention to detail matters, you know, it makes a difference. Like the guy taking a piss later on, the slight bits of glistening in the piss. Like the light reflecting off the piss. But yeah, I don't know. I think the shit really does stand out in how it looks, you know? Like, it really looks real.
I'll go check the roof. I'll leave the first floor to you, okay?
Understood.
Colonel, I've located the node, but it's under heavy surveillance. I can't get in any closer.
Distract them. Try making some noise to draw their attention away.
How?
Flatten yourself against a wall and hit the punch button.
Got it.
You know, why fake it when you can do it for real? And, you know, just don't be a fucking bitch, you know? Who gives a shit? Ugh, I have to get close to bird shit. You know, who gives a shit? Hold on a second. I lost my Streamlabs. Sorry, I'm probably behind on thanking people. You'd be happy to get out of the office for a day. Stuck inside on your computer all day. I bet the developers were glad whenever they got the chance to do something silly like that. Hold on a second.
Got one, I see. Don't leave him lying around. Hide the body as soon as possible. When his comrades come back from the roof, you don't want him being found. If they do find him, they'll be on the alert and things can get difficult. When you take a hostile down, hide the body where a patrol is unlikely to come around. You can drag an enemy personnel's body. This is how to do it. First, walk up to the body, and with all weapons deselected, press the weapon button to pick it up. As long as you have the weapon button held down, you can move around with the body in your grasp. Release the weapon button to let go of the body.
Hey, what's up, bad humans? You lurking there, bad humans? How's it going? I think I'm just gonna leave you there for now. Bad humans, I've a question to ask. I feel like I ask this question every time I play MGS2. I always forget. What is the deal with seeing other developers' birthdays in the game? Is that only on PS2? There's some other thing with oh god, I actually forgot to show the happy birthday Easter egg earlier at the node. I guess we can do that. No, we can't do it anywhere else. But yeah, isn't there... I initially thought that you could only look up Kojima's birthday and Yoji Shinkawa's birthday by entering their name on the node. But didn't you say that there were like loads of other ones that you could enter? Or maybe I'm confusing that with some other detail where you can see a happy birthday message above a guard when they're wearing a dog tag on their birthday or something like that. I can't remember exactly what it is, but I'm hoping you can get the idea. It's on all versions. I think 2 are exclusive to PS2. Is this something that you can see on that node, Bad Humans? Is it something you can see on the node and also in the environment? And is it an NG Plus thing?
Logging into a node will permit you to use the radar and the overview map of the area. You will also be able to access other functions such as option changes. Customize the settings according to your needs. According to the SEAL Team 10's communications, the President was sighted on Strut B. Raiden, head for Strut B. It's to the northwest of Strut A, your current location. There's a door on the northwest end of this floor. You can get onto the connecting bridge between Struts A and B through there. Cross the A-B connecting bridge to Strut B. The node is on the first floor of Strut A. Don't forget to log in. Understood?
Bird shit, thank you for the $1. Well, I guess no more poop. We might see some poop later on. Thank you. Call Packs, thank you for the 7 months. Sleeping Lamia, thank you for the 72 months. Gorlab, thank you again for your gifted sub to Bad Humans, your gifted sub to Billy. Martian for gifting a sub to Lydia. Shala for the 18 months. I think I'm way behind on thanking people. I got carried away at the start of the plant and I completely forgot. But yeah, Bad Humans, if you wouldn't mind, could you don't have to write it out here. But fuck it. I'll just send you a message on Discord about it and you can explain it to me. At some other time. If you don't want to go into it now. Shala Martian, who gifted a sub to Ultimantis. Humdog, who gifted a sub to Dazzleverm. Boss CQC with the 10 months. ZN7th with the Prime sub. Eugene with the 31. Martian with the $10 as well. Martian, are you still there? Thank you. To Snipe Rose early. Thank you, Martian. Martian with the 5-pack before that as well. Mr. Kittenzilla, Chaz, Lepe, J-Dev, Warp World. Yeah, I'm way behind. There you are, Martian. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Colonel, do you think the terrorist ringleader is really Solid Snake?
Yes, I do.
But during the Shadow Moses incident, Snake was
a hero?
Yeah.
Certainly. You went through VR training, but it is not as if the simulation is faithful to every fact. It changes people.
You too, Colonel?
Raiden, focus on the task at hand. Solid Snake is the terrorist kingpin. He is an opponent you can't underestimate. Understood?
The in-game birthdays are in addition to the no dev names. There's some crisscross. For example, Fukushima's birthday is in the game, but not in the node, presumably because his name is too long. And it's not New Game Plus related. Okay.
That tanker accident that happened over there 2 years ago. The tanker sank and...
I know. I went through it in VR training. The tanker didn't sink because of Snake, though.
Raiden, VR training does not exactly simulate everything with absolute fidelity.
What do you mean?
Okay, listen. Here are the facts. Known terrorist Solid Snake sank that tanker loaded with crude oil, the end result being severe environmental pollution in Manhattan Bay. Put any misperceptions of Snake as some kind of hero behind you. He is a terrorist, and that's that.
And since I broke my lurking streak, Yutaka Negishi was the guy who was collecting bird shit on the windshield of his own car. You'll see his x-rays in Naomi's lab in MGS4. His real x-rays? Like those are his x-rays? Snake's x-rays are that guy's x-rays? Where did you find out who it actually was, Bad Humans? I guess this was a known thing before Kojima's tweet. I knew someone had to sacrifice his own car. It would have been pretty funny, them going out to just random cars, scraping off the bird shit. I want to see if I can get the node call here.
Raiden, radar utilization is key. The ability to check the enemy's movements and field of vision through the radar will be indispensable in a sneaking mission. But don't be so reliant on the radar that you miss the obvious. Always check your surroundings in first-person view as well.
What do you think are the odds of the Master Collection fixing bugs and oversights in the HD Collection? Ooh, I'd say we'll be very lucky if they fix stuff from the HD Collection. Someone earlier was suggesting that we like make a compilation video of all the issues to like try and bring some attention to it, and then maybe that'll get them to fix some of the issues. Okay, for some reason this call is really awkward to trigger.
Nodes are the terminals of the Operation Support Computer Network for the Big Shell. Of course, only Big Shell staff can gain access, with their job description determining their system authority and access. I installed a program in your nanomachines that automatically enters the passcode for unrestricted access. Press the action button in front of the node to activate it. Use the node by pressing the action button in front of the terminal.
There we go. I always think that's just an interesting little call. The kernel installing.
I'm under attack. Stay alert.
Understood. Sending reinforcements to the first floor, Strut A. Boost up security.
The kernel installing programs in people's nanomachines. You know, not very Roy Campbell-esque, I don't think. Roy Campbell, tech wizard. I mean, maybe it's a very simple process, but yeah, it doesn't feel very Roy Campbell, does it? Ba-doo.
There's somebody there.
Bam, bam.
Raiden, watch your back. That's a cipher, a type of UAV. If it spots you, it will alert enemy personnel. Exercise extreme caution. But you can use chaff to set up an interference field. That'll knock its sensors offline for a while. Try to locate some chaff. You can also destroy the engine or the camera. Some of the UAVs may be armed.
Be careful.
Copy that.
Wait a second. I just intercepted new intelligence on the operation being executed by SEAL Team 10.
Intercepted?
As I said before, they need to be kept in the dark about our presence.
So we just listen in.
I'm patching it through.
This is Alpha Zero. We have the president. Is he safe? He is safe. What about the package? Tell the guys upstairs that we've secured the package. Easy money. Good work. Your retrieval is on the way. Come on home. Roger that. Holy! Alpha Zero, report. Damn it, cover the president! Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Alpha Zero. We're under attack. This is crazy. Is that... Alpha Zero, respond. All Alpha, respond.
Raiden, the President's life is in danger. Head to Strut B now.
No, I'm gonna go to Strut F, but I'll get there as soon as I can. Yeah, bad humans. No, man. Fucking, it's always good having you in the chat. Don't feel like you're being, overbearing or anything like that. I never feel like you're posting too much. I'm always interested in what you have to say as well. Hey, Storm.
Nothing here.
Love this track. This beat. Got our M9.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the SEALs said? The President is in trouble. Head for Strut B. Strut B is to the northwest of Strut A. First, make your way to Strut A on the double. The President's life is at stake here.
I don't think Dog is doing the whole redemption thing. I have no idea what you're talking about. All this channel points shit. I have no idea what's going on with that system. Redeeming points. I don't know. I don't have channel points on my channel, so I have no idea how the whole system works. Yeah, I don't even know that I'm ignoring all redeems. I don't know what redeems are.
If you find an item box, walk...
Oh shit! Can I still get the call now? I left the room. Usually I stay in the room.
Raiden, didn't you hear what the...
Bum, bum, bum.
Raiden, I see you found a weapon.
Ah, here we go.
Why are there weapons here of all places? The big shell is supposed to be just a facility for marine filtration, right?
The terrorists probably brought it in with them.
Dunno. Looks like it's been here from before them.
What are you saying?
Raiden, there is no time for armchair theories. Concentrate on the task at hand.
Roger that.
Roger that, and he never thinks about it ever again. But I think he was right to question it. Again, these weapons have been laid out specifically for him as a part of the simulation. Which again, I think ties in nicely with what we learn at the bottom of Strut A about the weapons. You know, Raiden questions the weapons down there in a similar way, I feel. You know, these are black market Russian weapons. How can they be equipped with identification functionality? And then you find out the SEALs have the same tech and just, it seems a little bit convenient, you know? That Raiden can't use any of these weapons, apparently. They're all equipped with identification, they're all ID locked. And then, of course, we get Pliskin's gun later, which we can fire. But who knows where Pliskin got that weapon. Always really liked the lighting here. There's something about how this looks. This kind of hazy feel that it has. It's like almost dreamlike. The fog. I think you only see this during this part of the game as well. Like this, like the look of this area. I think after the Stillman scene, it starts to change. I don't think you get all that fog. You know, because the day progresses as you make your way through the game. Just some of the changes are more subtle than others. I'll stop to take a look when we come through here later. See if it looks the same.
Somebody there.
Raiden, watch out. There are sentries posted on the connecting bridge. They will spot you if you continue on course.
Any recommendations?
Use the hanging mode.
Hanging?
Face any waist-high railing and push the action button to clear the railing and hang over the side. Once there, you can move sideways while keeping out of enemy sight.
All right, I'm giving it a try.
Don't forget the grip gauge. It will keep decreasing during a hanging maneuver, and once it runs out, you will fall.
Hanging? This guy stays here for a long time. Ooh, hold on. Let me go back.
Freeze!
I might not be able to trigger it now. It might be too late. I'm not actually sure when the point of no return is for this call, but I'm pretty sure it has to be very early.
It's the enemy. I need help.
No!
Jack, are you okay?
Rosemary.
Jack, tell me you're okay.
I'm all right. It was a close one, though.
Oh, good. I didn't think it would be this tough.
Hey.
It's the helplessness of it, you know? Just watching with no power to help you. It's like having a ringside seat at a boxing match, but much worse because it's someone I love and the stakes are...
Rosemary, maybe this was a miscalculation on my part. Selecting her wasn't the wisest choice.
No. I apologize for the outburst. I'm all right. I will see this through with you.
Rose?
We fight together, okay? You have nowhere to run. Neither do I.
Rosemary, you're not obligated to continue. You know that.
I'm all right, sir.
Raiden, how about you?
I'm good.
Then the mission goes on. But Rosemary, there's one thing you need to understand.
Sir?
His name is Raiden. Got it?
Yes, sir. I understand.
There we go.
Understood. Sending reinforcements to the first floor, Strut A. Boost up security.
I really like that call. I think her voice acting is really good there. I don't always like her VA in this game, but I think it's really good in that call. The desperation. The fear. Yeah, and I think part of her reaction there might be down to her thinking she will lose her own life. Not that she doesn't care about Raiden losing his life. I think she does. But her life is also at stake, as we know. And the life of her child.
Attack team, come back at once.
By proxy. If Raiden dies, Rose also dies. Immediately. At the same time. They're hooked up to the same network. If the network recognizes that Raiden has died, Rose will be terminated at the moment of Raiden's death.
Freeze!
Now, I see that as being the real Rose, for sure. Fuck it, I may as well... This seems like an appropriate time to go into this detail regarding the death dialogue. I'm going to kill myself with Raiden here. Pay attention to the dialogue on the game over screen, or the mission failed screen. Sometimes it's the Colonel, sometimes it's Rose. If it's Rose, pay attention to her dialogue and the final gasp that you hear.
Who is that? It's the enemy. I need help.
Jack, what's going on? Answer me! Jack? Jack!
The long pause and then the... That isn't Rose crying out for Jack. That is Rose getting killed. And there are a couple of different variations on that death dialogue, but the one constant is that you will get the pause and the gasp on every variation, which I think is supposed to be a little hint that there's kind of something off about the gasp. Why would Rose die? We learn later that Rose is hooked up to the same network as Raiden. That Raiden's success with the mission, or that Rose's life is dependent on Raiden's success. You know, there's that line of dialogue. I forget exactly how the dialogue plays out, But yeah, it's like she's wired the same way when the colonel is explaining it. I think it's when he's also talking about the about Olga's child and how all of this is dependent on Raiden's success. Does Rose gasp in the Japanese version of the game? Yes. MGS5 has a detail that's supposed to mirror this as well. One of Ocelot's one of Ocelot's mission failed dialogues in MGS5 when he's like, "Boss, boss," and then there's a long pause and he goes, "Ugh!" That's supposed to be him snapping out of his self-hypnosis. That he snaps out of it and realizes that it's not the real boss. It's very similar detail. But yeah, the gasps are in Japanese. It's written into the Japanese script. But yeah, I had no idea that gasp was something that was relevant until like last year. I saw there's a guy on Twitter, very knowledgeable Japanese MGS fan. He posts stuff all the time. His name is Heitai, and he was posting some official Japanese script relating to the gasp. And all I had at the time was a Google Translate for it, and I couldn't make out exactly what was being said, but I recognized that it was mentioning Rose's gasp. And as soon as I saw that, I knew what it was. I was like, oh my god, there is something actually meaningful about Rose's gasp. And I knew exactly what the gasp was, because it is memorable. You know, that final... It is a memorable thing, you just don't think it has any particular meaning, but yeah, it does. Pretty crazy. Yeah, I always thought it was just the final part of her crying. And I never noticed that it played on every variation of her dialogue. But I'm not even sure if I would have found that suspicious if I even knew it was a thing.
What's going on? Alpha, respond!
What are you?
Five today. Or rather, 6.
Get down!
Where is he?
Strange smell. You smell like... Are you?
It has to be.
You
Shoot him!
like
What are you waiting for?
Vamp,
Yeah, Queen?
are you all done cleaning up?
Yes, but wait till I tell you what I found.
Something interesting?
I'll tell you in person. Where are you?
In the central unit with the president.
Be right there.
Hold on. I'm not an enemy. Calm down. My name is Pliskin. Iroquois Pliskin. Lieutenant Junior Grade.
Are you a Navy SEAL? How did you get in?
Fast rope descent from a Navy chopper.
Have I seen you before?
That suit. Are you Foxhound?
That's right.
Foxhound was disbanded. Huh? Where were you before Foxhound? Delta Force?
I was part of the Army's Force 21 trials.
Force 21? That's about tactical IT deployment, right? Any field experience?
No, not really.
So this is your first.
I've had extensive training, the kind that's indistinguishable from the real thing.
Like what?
Sneaking mission 60, weapons 80, advanced...
VR, huh?
But realistic in every way.
A virtual grunt of the digital age, that's just great.
That's far more effective than live exercises.
You don't get injured in VR, do you? Every year, a few soldiers die in field exercises.
There's pain sensation in VR and even a sense of reality and urgency. The only difference is it isn't actually happening.
That's the way they want you to think, to remove you from the fear that goes with battle situations. War is a video game. What better way to raise the ultimate soldier?
So you're saying that VR training is some kind of mind control?
Raiden, what's going on?
The Alpha team from Navy SEAL 10 is dead. No, a single survivor.
The kid's wired with nanomachines.
What about the president?
Looks like they took him somewhere else.
I see. You said there was a survivor from SEAL Team 10.
Yeah. Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin.
Has he seen your face?
What?
This is a top-secret mission. No one can know that we're involved.
It's a little too late for that. What's up?
Take a look.
What the hell?
A Navy captain.
You all right?
Give me a few minutes. Must have lost a few more pints than I thought.
What was that man just now?
That blood-sucking freak? That was Vamp. He's Romanian, a wizard with knives, as you saw.
The way he moved didn't seem human.
You won't see that in VR, I guarantee.
What is he?
One of the members of Dead Cell.
Dead Cell? Him?
A special forces unit created by ex-President George Sears. The name was originally intended to reflect its anti-terrorist functions. The unit would launch unannounced assaults on government complexes for the ultimate terrorism simulation. They were needed to show VR troopers like you how to deal with the real thing. But around the time their original leader died in prison, the unit began to unravel. They were always close to the edge, but they became more and more extreme, began to go after US allies, even civilians. We estimate that no fewer than 100 people died as a result of accidents the Dead Cell arranged on their own. They were out of control, and it all came to a head 6 months ago.
What happened?
The unit was devastated. There are only 3 left now, and you just saw one of them.
Why would they go after the big shell?
How should I know? I told you they were on the lunatic fringe.
What about their leader? He says he's Solid Snake.
Snake died 2 years ago.
You mean the incident that made this big shell necessary in the first place?
Right, and he was the one that sank that tanker.
But he's a legend.
Legends are usually bad news. There's not a lot of difference between heroes and madmen.
You're saying Snake is still alive and pulled another one?
No, he's not involved in this one. His body was positively ID'd 2 years ago.
Snake is dead.
And buried.
What about the other soldiers? I saw Russian equipment too.
Former Soviet military. They're probably mercenaries. The big shell is too much ground for just Dead Cell members to hold down. You weren't briefed on any of this? And you came in alone to boot? Why? What are you really doing here? Can't tell me, huh? Fine with me.
I don't smoke.
Keep it anyway. May come in handy. Take this too.
Here, take this.
Come in, Alpha Zero. This is Bravo Zero. Currently at the bridge between struts
Who
B
the
and
fuck
C.
do you think you are, kid?
Damn, I can't hit this thing. It's like some bad dream. Alpha, anyone,
It's like
come
some
in.
bad
All
dream.
Bravo Zero.
Aren't you going to answer him?
The BC connecting bridge.
We need to get there. Can you handle it?
I need a few more minutes. Remember my frequency. It's 141.80.
141.80. Got it.
I've been briefed on this plant's layout. If you need information on the place or about Dead Cell, contact me. You're using nano communication, right?
Yeah, but I can patch into your frequency.
Hey, what's your name?
Raiden.
Raiden? Strange code name.
Makes up for the boring one my parents gave me.
Maybe I'll find out someday.
Okay. Yeah, the voice you hear on the radio there, I'm not sure if it is Quentin Flynn, but like it really sounds like him. Like some bad dream. You know, and then we hear Raiden later say something very similar with that same kind of cadence. It's almost like it starts out and it really sounds like someone else, but then when he says that line, it really sounds like Raiden. I wonder if he was directed to say that line in a specific way to mimic Quentin Flynn. So I don't think it is him, even though it sounds a lot like him. I don't know, maybe it is him. Yeah, there are a lot of references to dreams and nightmares in the opening few hours of MGS2. Maybe throughout the whole thing, but I think it's particularly in the opening few hours. Like, the whole mission is described as your classic nightmare by the Colonel. It's one of his first lines of dialogue. And yeah, I guess it makes sense in a story about simulations and strange realities that may not be realities. Dreams, nightmares. Did I eat enough? Yeah, I ate enough. I won't be going for too much longer as well. DRK I'll be back in like an hour or so, or a couple of hours. Hour and 20 minutes, something like that. Let's log into the node here. We can see Snake here. People sometimes ask about that moment during the scene where Snake is about to pass out. You know, how they go into like slow motion and you have this effect. I don't think I ever really thought about it until people asked about it. I never really found it to be that strange. I just thought it was like, you know, he's losing blood and it's just, they're kind of creating this anxious feeling. To like recreate that's how that might feel, you know, when you're about to faint or you're about to pass out through blood loss. But then I thought maybe it's designed to reflect the Fox Die scenes from MGS1. You know, where something pretty similar happens, you know, with how the scenes are shot and the effects that they use. Where everything kind of goes crazy for a second. Where the camera starts to tremble and things start to slow down. Maybe they're trying to bait you into thinking that Snake is going to have a heart attack or some shit. Or maybe not, I don't know. Something that's worth bringing up in this game is the Japanese voice acting. It's quite relevant to the story at many points. During the tanker, I brought up Olga and how she's voiced by Meryl's voice actor in Japan, and that creates a whole different kind of vibe in that face-off scene, because it really starts to feel like it's mirroring the face-off scene outside the cell in MGS1. During the plant sequence, Solidus and Snake both have the same voice actors in the Japanese version, which really adds a lot to this whole part of the storyline, like the confusion regarding the terrorist leader and what's going on there, you know? Because you hear Solidus's voice several times before you see him in person. So in the Japanese version, you're meeting Pliskin and you're talking to Pliskin, but then you're also hearing the same voice come from this other character. So yeah, there's an extra bit of confusion in the Japanese version due to the two characters having the same voice actor, which you don't really get in the English version. In the English version, it is obvious that these are completely different characters. In the Japanese version, not so much. And yeah, the fact that you hear Solidus's voice several times before seeing him fully in the flesh ties into that. But in English, you know that it's a different person anyway. Originally, Pliskin was going to show up here looking much older. And Solidus wasn't just going to be the only old-looking Snake. The idea was that they both had experienced the effects of accelerated aging. That's what Liquid's dialogue is getting at the end of the tanker when he says, "Our raw materials are vintage, brother. Big Boss was in his late 50s when they created his copies." And then Snake is supposed to start thinking about the recent accelerated aging that he started to feel. And all of that was going to foreshadow Snake appearing as an old man on the plant chapter, which takes place years later. So yeah, that was like the point of that dialogue on the tanker. That's why, or it was part of the point anyway. Foreshadowing Snake's appearance on the plant as looking like a much older man. But yeah, in the end, they didn't go with that idea. For some reason.
A Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president. Head for the BC connecting bridge.
White Hat Magician, thank you for the 41 months, the 38 in a row. And Rip Over Mind, thank you for the Prime sub.
Raiden, SEAL Team 10 has engaged someone on the BC connecting bridge. The president is most likely...
Yeah, unfortunately, there's no way right now to play the games in Japanese with English subtitles. But maybe someday people will figure out how to mod subtitles into an emulated version or something like that.
Colonel, who are Dead Cell?
They are pretty much what that guy Pliskin described them as.
A special forces unit? The brainchild of the former president?
Chances are someday we'll find ourselves in a gunfight with them.
The thought leaves me uneasy.
You have experience combating Foxhound during VR training, right? You'll be fine. Don't be apprehensive.
Jack, don't run unnecessary risks, okay?
Yeah, I don't want to, but...
I know. Is there anything I can do?
Yeah. Could you check for any data on them for me?
Okay, I'll do it. Good luck.
Yeah, man, with the re-releases, that would be amazing if they added that feature. Probably not going to happen, but... man, I would love that.
Someone mentioned the name Vamp. Do you have any info on him?
Wait a moment, I'll look.
I see you've acquired a gun.
Pliskin gave it to me.
Don't trust that man. But the gun itself seems all right. However, it's not equipped with a suppressor. If you fire it, the noise will be loud enough to alert any enemy personnel within hearing distance to your presence. Infiltration is the art of making your presence invisible. Try not to end up in a situation where you need to rely on firepower. Combat must be avoided unless absolutely necessary. Raiden, don't dwell on what Pliskin said. The VR training you underwent is the best training program there is. There is no reason to be apprehensive. Be confident. Do you understand?
Jack, I did a search on the Big Shell. The tanker accident 2 years ago spilled a catastrophic amount of crude oil into the bay. The Big Shell is an offshore decontamination facility built to restore the Manhattan Bay environment by trapping and disposing the spilt oil. Around the perimeter of the Big Shell, oil fences were erected in order to protect against any further dispersal of the oil. You see those steeples erected here and there in the fence? Those are piles to draw up the polluted seawater. Gathered seawater is carried to the pump room in Strut A first, and all of the larger garbage is collected in sediment pool number 1 of Strut D. This is followed by a 2-step purification process in the Shell 2 core water reserve, in which oil is removed by microbes. Then it is sent to Strut L and sterilized, and finally once again carried to the surface piles and flushed back into the bay.
Did the military database include information on the marine filtration facility structure as well?
No, I didn't use the database.
Huh?
I used a brochure.
Weird. Interesting end to that call. What's going on there? Obviously, information is a big theme in the game. She isn't using the database. She's using just a regular brochure to give us this information. Is it to highlight the fact that she's giving us the false information? Like, would the database have the real information about what the Big Shell really is? So that's why, you know, it's like we're getting the same information that's given to the general public. We can't be trusted with the real information. So yeah, maybe just tying into the mystery of what this place really is. I don't know.
A Navy captain and the president. Unbelievable. Raiden, get to the president. Head for the BC connecting bridge.
Okay. Another interesting detail regarding Dead Cell. If you're interested, I don't know all of the... There are a lot of interesting details related to this, and I'm not super familiar with it, but Dead Cell are based on a real organization known as Red Cell. And the real-life Red Cell was a unit that was designed, that was set up to demonstrate the vulnerabilities of military bases, and they would like stage kidnappings and all sorts of stuff, take hostages, and basically set up simulations. And they were led by a notorious guy by the name of Richard Marcinko, and he was sent to jail at one point for misappropriating government funds, just like Fortune's husband in the game. A lot of the details related to Dead Cell are taken from Red Cell and the real-life leader of Red Cell. The game Rogue Warrior is based on Richard Marcinko and his exploits. He wrote a book, and he's like he kind of presents himself like a real-life kind of crazy action hero kind of guy. And apparently when Jeremy Blaustein was translating MGS1, a lot of the jargon and lingo was inspired by Richard Marcinko's book, Rogue Warrior, which the game was based on, which is probably just a coincidence. I don't know if Kojima even knew that when he was making MGS2. But yeah, pretty interesting. You can look into Red Cell if you're interested. But yeah, lots of shady shit went down with that Marcinko guy and the real life Red Cell organization.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
They actually tortured a hostage when they didn't need to. I think I remembered reading something like that. Yeah, or at least they were accused of. I'm not sure if it turned out to be true. Was that real? Did that turn out to be true? It's true, the guy sued the federal government after. That's fucking crazy, man. Jesus Christ. What a fucking lunatic. He wasn't naval personnel, so he just sued for damages. What the fuck, man? So they just fucking tortured the guy for lols? I can definitely see why Kojima was very interested in that and put it into the game, you know, just because it thematically really works well, you know? The blurring of fact and fiction, reality and simulation. And obviously that simulation got a little bit too real. That's crazy, man.
What are you trying to do, kid?
Probably, yeah.
Whatever.
Deal, kid.
He's asleep?
What are you trying to do, kid? What are you thinking?
Raiden is offended.
How much longer is this guy gonna sleep? Wish I were that relaxed. He's still sleeping.
Liquid.
Huh?
If you shoot him with a trank, I mean, I don't think it makes any difference. He's all ready to sleep when you point the gun at him.
I wouldn't do that if I were you.
Oh, he does stay asleep if you shoot him with your own trank. Nice. And then that wakes him up and puts him into his other sleep state.
What are you trying to do, kid?
But yeah, I'm wondering, did the was Richard Marcinko like Fortune's husband, where he claimed he was being set up, being framed, falsely accused? In the world of MGS2, you know, the Fortune's husband, the leader of Dead Cell, was innocent. You know, they were set up by the Patriots in order to set up this whole situation. You know, the Patriots knew that Dead Cell would snap and they'd be easy to manipulate if they lost their leader. So all of that was organized to brainwash and manipulate the other Dead Cell members.
Think you can shoot that thing?
But I don't think Richard Marcinko was so innocent. Okay, I think he's really angry now. No?
Kid.
Okay, now he's angry. Yeah. Now he's never gonna stop. Fuck! Hold on. I think there's a way to do this. Ah! Shit! Woo! Oh! Okay, I give up. I give up.
Jack, it's me.
Everything okay, Rose?
Don't you need to save the mission data?
Oh yeah, thanks for the reminder.
Martian, Dick Marcinko claimed that his charges were trumped up because senior military leadership was embarrassed by his exploits. So yeah, he did claim that he was a victim of a witch hunt. Okay, okay. Not surprising.
Jack, do you remember what day tomorrow is?
That again. I'm sorry, but I still don't have a clue.
That's okay.
What is it, Rose? Talk to me.
I'd rather you figure it out. It's important.
How important?
Important enough, and we'll talk about it tomorrow.
Why not now?
Tomorrow seems more appropriate. I need all the help I can get so that I won't chicken out anyway.
Is that the reason you decided to be part of this mission? Okay, I'm gonna finish this thing by tomorrow no matter what.
You know I'll do everything I can to help you.
Rose, there's something I need you to do as an analyst.
What is it?
It has to do with Solid Snake. The leader of this takeover incident is claiming that he's Snake himself.
The legendary mercenary?
I need as much data on him as possible. Everything they have on him after the Shadow Moses incident.
He's dead now, isn't he?
Yes. Should be a burial record somewhere, too. You should be able to request top-level security clearance from the Colonel. That should get us into the most classified material.
I'm on it. I'll contact you as soon as I find out something.
Okay. Hold on a second. Oh my god, look at Snake! Look at Snake's cone on the radar. Damn, he is a good ear. I guess he can hear my footsteps. He's following my footsteps. That's good. Yeah, he never goes back to sleep after this point. Oh, and maybe if I re-enter the area, he'll be back. He'll be asleep again. Yeah, I think he's asleep again.
How much longer is this guy gonna sleep?
Kid.
Ah, okay. So we have to go through the whole process again if we want to anger him. Another interesting detail regarding Snake is that he has Master Miller's frequency in this game, 141.80. Obviously, Master Miller was not Master Miller. He was Liquid Snake. Pliskin is not Pliskin. He's Solid Snake. But it's also, you could go further with it, I think. They both play mentor roles as well. Master Miller is the mentor, and Snake serves as Raiden's mentor in this game. And the boss will go on to have that frequency in MGS3 as well. Another detail I think is interesting is the moment where Vamp reaches his hand out to touch Raiden, and then Snake comes through the door and starts firing. And then the next shot you see of Raiden, you see this mark on his face, this scratch on his face. And I think that is supposed to mirror Sniper Wolf leaving a scratch on Snake's face in MGS1, because it's on the same side of the face, it's the same cheek, and even the way the scratch is like angled, the way it's positioned, it's almost identical. So I think that's just another little Shadow Moses parallel, you know, like Vamp marking his territory or something like that. The first time I saw it, I think I interpreted it as like the bullet grazing, like one of Snake's bullets grazing his cheek or something like that. Just with how it's framed, but no, I think it's a mark that Vamp leaves. Don't think so. Raiden's scratch is 1 millimeter shorter. All right, you win. Vamp also has a scratch on his face before the boss fight with him. When you start shooting at him, you leave a scratch on his face. Yeah. That he licks off. So maybe that's like, you know, Raiden getting his little... He's evening the odds before they have their before they have their showdown. In the script, Kojima said that he wanted the lighting and the feel of this scene to feel like a church. Almost. You know, like light coming through stained glass windows. Like that was the feeling he was going for with this light here coming through the window. It has a really cool look about it, I think. The light here. It never really made me think of a church-like atmosphere, but Yeah, that's what they were going for. Industrial church. Okay, I think it's time to move on. Actually, let me just save first.
What's up, Jack? Jack, I found some information on Vamp. He's been a member of Dead Cell since it was first founded, and like Lieutenant J.G. Pliskin said, he's a master with knives. He's originally from Romania. He's apparently no ordinary knife specialist.
What do you mean?
He can parry bullets.
Yeah, I saw him do it. How the heck?
I don't know. Also, it looks like he secluded himself from other humans on several different occasions. There is no detailed information on him, though. Be careful.
Let me just save one more time.
Jack, do you need to save?
That's so cute, I can't bear it. Rose, no comment?
About?
I've killed someone.
Jack, it's a battlefield.
My opponents are living, breathing human beings. This isn't like the VR training. They have bodies. They have had lives. I took all that away from them.
But you've got no choice if you want to survive.
And yet, maybe because of the VR training, I can't help but try and block out that reality. It's the only way I can manage to fight.
Jack.
What?
I don't care what it takes, just as long as you come back alive. Do whatever it takes, please. Just come back in one piece.
Okay. What the hell is that?
Come, put me out of my misery.
This is impossible. Nothing will hit her.
Is she the one they call Fortune?
Queen.
Don't let them take the president! Ready grenades! A dud!
Today is another bad day. Is there anyone here that can give me happiness? I'm so sorry, my beauties. I'll see you again someday.
Colonel, SEAL Team 10's Bravo team was wiped out.
I see.
What happened to the cargo choppers?
Both of them are at the bottom of the harbor. Looks like your new hosts have a Harrier too.
A Harrier? What is this?
Calm down. It just means they anticipated the attack.
What?
Besides, since the SEALs drew their fire, your infiltration went off without a hitch. On top of that, we know their defensive capabilities.
Are you saying this was all a feint?
Raiden, get a hold of yourself. The entire mission is in your hands now. Do you understand?
But...
There's no time for questions. They could decide to retaliate for that failed assault.
You mean the hostages?
They could be in danger, yes. But we need to consider the possibility that they'll blow the whole shell. If that toxic spell does take place, it'll devastate not only the harbor, but poison the coastline for generations. Raiden, we've had to adjust the mission objectives. The priority is now on removing those C4s that the terrorists wired over the big shell. The President can wait, but this can't.
Colonel, you know I'm no bomb disposal expert.
That's not a problem. The Bravo team brought an explosives pro in with them. He was supposed to stand by on Strut C according to their mission plan. You should find him there.
Is this according to simulation too?
What are you talking about? Get to Strut C and find him.
Understood. But I need to ask you something before I go.
Make it quick.
Who are they? Dead Cell, I mean. They couldn't hit her no matter how hard they tried. And that vampire too, it's like being in a nightmare you can't wake up from.
Jack, snap out of it.
And you, Rose, I can't believe you're on this mission. I keep thinking I'll wake up.
Raiden, this is real. And that's why you won't wake up.
But nothing seems real.
I've made up my mind to stay with you. Whether this is real or a bad dream, I'll keep watching you till it's over.
Thank you, Rose. And I won't let you be just a dream.
Are you two done? Raiden, you're needed on Strut C.
And I won't let you be just a dream. Are you two done? Okay, let's pick up this chaff grenade. Remains of the bridge here. There's an interesting bit of dialogue in that codec call when Raiden says, "Is this according to simulation too?" And the Colonel responds, "What are you talking about? Get on over to Strut C." And he just brushes it off, whatever Raiden is trying to get at. It feels like an awkwardly translated line. Is this according to simulation too? I'd imagine it sounds a little bit more natural in Japanese, but I think the idea is still clear enough once you understand what the whole bomb disposal sequence is about. Up until now, everything has mirrored Shadow Moses quite closely. You know, when you're at the bottom of Strut A and you're told that it's level 1 of the VR missions, Raiden is... he's encouraged by that, you know, because he feels like he's trained for it. He should be suspicious, but he's not. He should be like, well, why the hell is this mission replicating what my VR experience? But no, it actually gives him confidence because he's been trained for it. He's prepared for it because he's experienced it in VR. But I think now he's getting the sense that he is not prepared for what's coming. And yeah, as we find out, he has no experience in bomb disposal. He hasn't done any of this kind of stuff in VR. So that's why he's asking that. He's like, is this according to simulation? Like, is this... Have I been trained for this? Am I prepared for this? Because the bomb disposal is like a detour off the main path of the simulation. It's framed as an exam for Raiden, really, as a test. And if he's if he's capable of passing this test, then he can move on to the next part of the simulation, which then starts to feel much more like MGS1 again. Yeah, there's a lot of dialogue later that basically describes it as a sort of exam, with the ninja congratulating us on passing with flying colors once we beat Fat Man. Like we just aced the test, like we just got straight A's. Another thing that I like to bring up during that scene with Fortune is that originally Fortune was going to play the saxophone herself. She was going to play her theme on the saxophone. And I really wish they didn't cut that idea, because that would have been amazing. Particularly in that scene. Like, that's the first time you hear Fortune's theme. Was she going to be playing the sax in that scene? Like, it just makes my imagination go crazy knowing this. Like, imagine if Raiden walks out the door and he sees Fortune standing there playing the sax with bullets whizzing past her. And she's just, like, not paying attention at all to the soldiers, and she's just jamming out, playing her sad, melancholic theme on the sax, absorbed in her own misfortune, as Ocelot would say. Absorbed in her own melodrama. Oh, man, I would love that. You know, and then maybe after a while she just puts down the sax, picks up the railgun and blasts it at the soldiers. I just love the idea of them firing at her while she's playing the sax, you know, and it's just not even registering. Some people might say that's too over the top. I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Not for this game. I feel like it could have worked. Another thing that they were going to do with Fortune was she was going to have this sickness, this blood condition, where Vamp would have to suck her blood periodically to prevent her from succumbing to this disease that she had. So, like, regularly during scenes with Fortune and Vamp, you'd have Vamp sucking her blood in, like, an erotic, vampiric kind of way, you would imagine. Yeah, that was another detail. That was unfortunately cut from the game. Although I don't give too many shits about that one. Maybe it would have been cool, but the saxophone one is just too enticing. Yeah. A ba-da-loop ba-doo-doo-doo. The disease is real. I don't know anything about what the disease actually was. Yeah, maybe it was like based on like a real disease. I wouldn't be surprised. A ba-da-loop ba-doo-doo-doo. Yeah, now we have reached the bathroom section, and there are just, I think there might be like 7 or 8 codec calls in total related to bathrooms in this game. I didn't get the magazine, so DRK is going to have to do that one later on. Is the Fortune emote on this channel? Were people posting it earlier? Yeah. In that emote as well, you might notice that Fortune is wearing shades, sunglasses. Originally, all the Dead Cell members were going to wear sunglasses. But that's another idea that got cut. They cut that idea because they thought people would compare it too much to The Matrix. I'm not sure if the idea was originally copying The Matrix or if it was just a coincidence. But yeah, either way, they decided to go against it because they thought people would think it was too much like The Matrix, with The Matrix being released around that time as well. Ba-da-loop-ba-doo-doo-doo. Although I guess The Matrix was a couple of years before that.
Raiden, what are you looking at? Oh, I see. Rosemary.
What?
Could you excuse him for a moment?
Huh?
You know, so he can...
Oh, I get it. Jack, let me know when you're done, okay?
Okay, so what happens if we kneel down and get a nice smell of our piss?
Raiden, I didn't know you had such weird interests. Not that there's anything wrong with that, though. Just that, well, it's a little weird.
Jack, I think that's a little weird.
I think you have to be looking in first person to trigger the call as well. I don't think it'll work if you're just like this. Ba-da-loop-ba-doo-doo-doo.
It's possible the terrorists will attempt to destroy the big shell in retaliation for the SEAL strike. Defuse the bombs before they make that move. The bomb disposal expert is somewhere in Strut C where you currently are. Locate him and request his assistance.
Colonel, do the terrorists have a Harrier?
Yes, an AV-8B Harrier II designed for the Marines. It is a VSTOL attack aircraft outfitted with a 25mm gun, air-to-air missiles, and anti-ground rockets. It's not something you want to try to take on in a SEAL helicopter.
Yeah, even more so if unprotected. Colonel, where did they get such a weapon?
I don't know.
Are they really just run-of-the-mill terrorists?
Relax, Raiden. Right now, just think about your mission at hand. Do you understand?
Okay, let's check out the woman's bathroom. Ba-da-loop-ba-doo-doo-doo.
I can't believe you, Jack. Do you know what that place is?
I just thought maybe the bomb disposal instructor might be in there.
Why would he be in there?
Well, you never know. He's AWOL and...
Even AWOL, a normal guy wouldn't go into a woman's bathroom. You're the only one I know who would. You're like really strange.
Rosemary, settle down.
But...
It's all right. Right. Rosemary is right. You should probably look someplace else. I can really sympathize with you there, though.
What, sir?
Nothing. Raiden, that's that. Return to your duties.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are unbelievable.
Okay, so what if we check out the stalls and kneel down and, you know, get a sniff of the toilet seat? Hold on, let me make sure I'm getting as close as possible. There we go, okay.
Raiden.
Jack, give it a rest. I can't bear watching you do that.
I disapprove. Return to your duties. That's what I feel like saying, but I'm beginning to feel like putting you in charge was not such a good idea.
Okay, now let's hide in the stall for a little bit.
Raiden, that's long enough. Hurry up and get back to your duties if you've seen enough.
Jack, in retrospect, I'm really glad that I took this assignment.
Huh?
It's given me a chance to see you for who you really are. Goodbye.
Wow. Now, I could save here. If you, once you really piss Rose off, if you save afterwards, you get a unique save call. But I think I'm going to leave that for later. DRK usually plays it here, but I prefer to do it during the Shell 1 core section, when you're fucking around with Jennifer and all that. I think it's funnier to trigger it after the whole thing with Jennifer. So I'll let DRK do it there this time for a change. Before the end of your shift, could you get rid of all your ammo and rations for DRK? No, I won't. I don't think DRK did that intentionally earlier. We're extreme in MGS2 is already so punishing. You know, I don't have any rations. You really have to work to get a ration in this. Anyway. Okay, let's go up and speak to Stillman, shall we? A-ba-da-loop-ba-doo-doo-doo.
Freeze! Don't shoot.
You a cop?
I'm not NYPD. I came in with the Bravo team. Who are you with? And what happened to SEAL Team 10?
They're all dead.
All of them? Oh, that's bad.
Did I tell you you could move?
It's all right. He's not one of the bad guys. Don't go pointing that thing everywhere, kid. What's your name?
My name is Peter. Peter Stillman.
Lecturer at Nav Scolio at Indian Head. Also a consultant for the NYPD bomb squad.
A poor old man who got dragged along for this picnic.
I thought you'd retired.
I did. Can't keep up with everybody, as you can see. A famous church got wiped off the map thanks to me, with too many lives inside. All I lost was this leg.
So you're the bomb disposal guy.
Kid, this is the bomb disposal guy. Open any explosives disposal textbook and you'll see his name.
Just ancient history now.
Why did they bring you out of retirement then?
Because the terrorist group here includes one of my students, the Emperor of Explosives, Fat Man. He built an atomic bomb when he was only 10. I created him in a sense.
And that's why you're here.
I'm pretty rusty. I was supposed to supervise the bomb disposal. Looks like it was taken care of before I had my turn.
I wouldn't say that. There are at least 2 people here who can claim to be experts at bomb disposal.
Are you two with SEAL Team 10? I didn't see you at the mission briefing.
Oh, we're with another squad. My name is Pliskin, Lieutenant Junior Grade. Honored to meet you, sir.
Mr. Pliskin, do you have any experience with explosives disposal?
Don't worry about me. And he looks young, but he can do it. But we need more manpower.
I'm,
What's your name?
Raiden.
That's an odd name.
Any other survivors?
There was also an engineer with me.
An engineer?
A skinny guy. He went in with us.
Where is he?
I haven't seen him since that skirmish.
Was he killed?
I don't think so. I didn't find his body.
I see.
They told me he was a security systems architect for the big shell.
Why would they take a civilian along?
Everything in this structure is computer controlled. He was supposed to get us past all the security measures.
I never heard anything about that.
He had official orders with him.
We'll leave that for later. Right now, we need to figure out how to deal with all the bombs.
But there's no one left from the SEAL's EOD squad.
Yup, so we have to do it ourselves.
But I've never defused a bomb before. Hold on a sec.
Off to confer with the CO again?
Glad to hear Stillman is safe. Assist him in any way possible to clear the C4 from the structure.
Colonel, you know I've never been trained in bomb disposal.
It's all right. The man you're working with is the best in the field. All you have to do is follow his directions. You will, of course, keep your identity and mission objectives to yourself.
Is it true that an engineer came in with Stillman?
I wasn't informed of that. It's probably something the SEALs decided on their own. There are more important issues at hand, Raiden. The enemy may retaliate for the failed assault. Get those C4s neutralized now.
Colonel, I'm not qualified for bomb disposal.
Jack, it's me.
Rose?
You can do this. Trust me.
You haven't had bomb disposal training per se in VR, but you're more than capable of handling C4.
This is a little different from using C4.
You're up for this. You know that.
How about it, kid? Are the results in yet?
There's no need to think about this so much. You won't actually be dismantling the bomb. That's not for amateurs. What we'll try here instead is a temporary freezing measure. Here, look at this. This is a C4 bomb. It's live. You can see it pulsing. Now you spray this on the sucker and there we go. Simple, huh? The spray freezes the detonator instantly.
How long does the effect last?
There's no way the thing can detonate in this condition. Even if you leave it alone, it'll stay out of commission for at least 24 hours.
That's enough time.
If we had the manpower, I'd recommend complete disposal. But this will have to do. The spray can be used from several yards away. Now check the floor, ceiling, walls, under a table, everywhere. Try to imagine the locations the bomber would choose.
That won't be easy. We don't know a thing about Fat Man.
Is there anything that'll help us locate the bombs?
Here, take this with you. It's what they call an ion mobility spectrometer. It can recognize ionized gas emitted by C4s.
The what?
In other words, that little gadget sniffs out C4's scent.
That's right. I have established a link-up with your radar network, so any scent detected will be represented visually. Have the sensor activated and keep your eye on the radar.
What if he's using some other odorless substance?
I know Fat Man well. I know how into his own aesthetics he is.
Signatures?
Yes. On every bomb he builds, he always leaves a trace of the cologne he uses. The sensor also picks up that particular scent spectrum.
Is that something he learned from you?
No, it was his own quirk. He wouldn't work by any rules except his own, and he followed them like a religion. And common sense wasn't one of his strong points. I thought I taught him everything I knew. I have no children of my own, and I thought I found a son in him. He had the right stuff, you know. There's something very unusual about an ability like that. Even at Indian Head, he got special treatment. I remember some people called him one of the fat cats. Maybe that's what started all this. I didn't teach him the most important thing I had to tell him. There are some things you have to pass on. The trick is to know which one. Right. All I taught him was skills. And now I have to stop him from using it to destroy us all.
Let's see how well that sensor works.
All right. I'm activating them. Watch. You see the green stuff on the radar? That's a visual representation of the C4 scent detected by the sensor.
It's a pretty big area, isn't it?
Don't complain. It's better than nothing.
Just activate the sensors and search the area, okay?
All right.
Don't forget that you need the radar to use this system. Log into the node at every strut and turn the radar on.
We have to keep out of the enemy's sight, too.
Because the radar gets knocked offline when we're spotted?
Exactly. Fat Man would have allotted some C4s here in Strut C as well.
Here?
I know the structure of this facility, and if he wants to take out the plant, where he would target.
You know this for sure?
Of course. I taught him the techniques he uses. His ideas are based on my theories. Demolition is a kind of ideology. It makes no exceptions for time or place. Big Shell consists of 2 hexagons joined end on end, north to south. There should be packets of C4s on each of the vertices, or the struts in this case. You need at least that to take a building of this integrity out.
6 on Shell 1, another 6 on Shell 2. A total of 12 bombs at least.
Considering the shell's architecture and composition from an engineering standpoint, that's my conclusion, and it's exactly what he would have decided as well.
Kid, this place is all yours. I'll take care of Shell 2.
Take this.
What's this?
Security card, issued to Shell personnel. The Big Shell security layout includes varying levels of clearance. The clearance level is identified by the number printed on these doors. Raiden, your card key can open doors with security clearance level 1. Pliskin, your card can get you into level 3 areas. You'll need it to get next door to Shell 2.
How did you get this?
That engineer I told you about gave it to me. He was supposed to program a set of all access cards once we were on site. Unfortunately, this card won't get you into every area of this structure.
We'll have to deal with the remaining security lockouts as they come up. Let's get going. You stay here.
No, I'm going.
The 2 of us can handle it, don't worry.
But...
You'll just slow us down with that leg of yours. There's a war going on here. I don't have time to babysit anymore.
Why don't you just let us handle the grunt work? You can tell us what to do over the radio, like in the original mission plan.
All right. I'll give you instructions from here. I may also need to prepare a backup plan just in case.
In case of what?
Good luck to both of you. This is a dangerous one.
Who dares, wins.
If anything comes up, let me know. My frequency is 140.25.
Good luck, kid. I'll see you later. Semper Fi.
That man's no SEAL. I don't even think he's a Navy man.
What?
Semper Fi. Marine Corps talk. Normally, team leaders stay in the CP and give orders with those headphones. And as far as I know, SEALs keep their officers away from the field. And Who Dares Wins is a model of the British Special Air Service.
Is he one of the terrorists, then?
No, somehow I don't think so. If there's someone to suspect, I'd put my money on you. Just take care of those bombs for now.
What about you? They could be back in this area soon.
I'll hide out in this pantry for a while. If I lock the door, it should be all right. Plenty of food in here too, so you don't need to worry about me. I'll give you instructions by Kodak from here. Good luck, kid. Bomb disposal is a face-off with your own mortality. Don't let the fear get to you. When you give in to the fear, the darkness comes.
All right, fools. We are going to switch streamers, and I'll let DRK do all of this post-Stillman stuff, because DRK is ready. Let me just save.
Jack, is that you?
Doo. Let me just save here. Doo.
Jack, when you get home, let's have a homecoming party. Just the two of us.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I'll make dinner. Oh, what's wrong?
Well, that sounds good, but how about we eat out at that one restaurant instead? You know, the place that we went to recently with the amazing lobster? I really like that place.
Okay, you smelly rodents. We're ready to switch. The stream is going to go down for like 10 or 20 seconds, and then DRK will be right back up. And he'll be picking up right where I left off with the exact same save file. Before I switch, let me just check my dashboard. Hold on a second. Hold on. Give me a second. Just to make sure I'm not missing any subs or any donations right at the end of the stream, at the end of the session. The last person I see here is Tom with the 2 months. Then before that, Sulza, Dollar, Gargoyle, Known, Jersey. Yeah, guys, thank you. Like I said, the stream is going to go down for like 10 or 20 seconds, and then DRK will be back up for like the next 12 hours or so. And then I'll be back probably at the end of MGS2, start of MGS3, something like that. Thanks for watching, and don't go anywhere. The stream will be back up with DRK. I'll see you later.